Hello, everybody. Good morning. How are we doing? Welcome to the Women in Fashion Africa live conference. This is a very amazing moment. Hello, hello. Please, you can introduce yourself in the comment section. What is your name and where are you joining us from? Welcome to the Women in Fashion conference. So this is the second edition of the Women in Fashion conference, and this year we have amazing lineup of guests for us, and you do not want to miss any of this. You don't want to miss any of this. You do not want to miss any of this. So yeah, welcome to the conference. Hello, hello, welcome to the Women in Fashion Africa conference. So you want to like share the link. So share the link to your friend, to that fashion professional you know. You know, send them the link and have them join the live because it's about to get really, really interesting. Okay. How about now? We going live for the panel session, and we have with us Mrs. Damilola Ademilo, who is CEO of Media and Advisory Africa, Fashion HR Group, and she will be moderating the panel session. In less than 3 minutes, we're going live and ready for the panel session. If you're excited, I see comments, drop in the comment section where please drop in the comment section your name and what your key what you're looking forward to this conference, what questions you have yes, what is the reason you signed up for this conference and what are the questions that you're waiting to hear this week and in less than 3 minutes going live. Okay, I think I'm just going to let the last one today get into that channel and what to expect. Good morning, Mrs. Dami. Hi, DA.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic. Hello, everyone. It's so great to be here. Um, I'm excited for this year's Women in Fashion Africa conference. I think that having had over 400 people register, and we have so many people joining us right now, I'm just delighted and super proud of the team for all the effort that they've put into this conference, this virtual conference. I believe that I'll be anchoring a session. And okay, so the host is currently not here. I'm not sure what's going on.
Okay, so I put myself backstage so that you can have the floor.
I didn't get that. It's going to come
I said I
again.
put myself backstage so that you can have the floor. So I'm like spotlighting you
That's
at the moment.
fantastic. So are the other speakers joining us now?
Yeah, so we have Lauren Henry backstage. She's waiting
Okay.
to be let onto the stage, and then Mrs. Esther is also going to be joining shortly, and then we have Kim Matthews. She's also going to be joining shortly.
Fantastic. I can't wait.
Yeah. Okay, so I just want to ask a question. Like, so
Yes, please.
if like, what's that one thing you look forward to in this conference? Like, which of the speakers are you waiting to blow your mind, and what should participants actually be expecting? What should they
Okay.
look out for?
So the whole idea behind WIFA is that we're trying to ensure that conversations within the industry cuts across borders. So we find out based on data that when it comes to creativity, when it comes to creativity, or can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
When it comes to creativity, right, we have this gap across the different regions in the world, but most importantly in the continent, that is in Africa. So you
Yes.
have a case where design, creativity is at its peak in some African countries, opportunities are at their peak in some African countries. But when it comes to other countries, they are lagging behind. So there's definitely a huge need for us to constantly have conversations where everybody's on the same page. So the goal of WIFA really is to ensure that the goal of WIFA really is to ensure that everybody's carried along and nobody's left behind. And I look forward to all the speakers because they all bring different. It's like a group of different spices. So we're all coming with different flavor to this conversation. Everybody's areas of expertise is so relevant to the conversation we're going to have today. We're going to talk about wellness. We're going to talk about export readiness. We're going to talk about profits, building your business. We're going to talk about so many things. And These are things that women in fashion need to constantly talk about. These are things that we need to constantly engage in, so that those who have not caught up to the current updates and current updates can literally latch on to the information that will be, disclosed and shared on a conference platform like this. We also look forward to a time when WIFA will no longer be a a virtual conference, but it will grow into a physical conference.
Yay!
That for me is a major goal and a major dream. And the reason for that is because we need to start collaborating across border. We need to start exchanging ideas. We need to start exploring talent exchange initiatives where we have talent from Namibia come to Nigeria, talent from Zimbabwe working in Ghana, and designers, creatives, entrepreneurs collaborating on projects across borders. WIFA really is going to commence with conversations, empowering, supportive initiatives, mentorship, one of which we will be having this year. I hope some of you have signed up for the mentorship program. Those that will be interacting with you during the mentorship program are people that are seasoned. They've been in this space, they've been through the roughs when it comes to building a business. They have the knowledge, the expertise, the experience, and they are really excited to, you know, all the answers of those who are in need, those that have questions, those that need clarity, those that need guidance, should definitely join the mentorship session. JK, I hope I've been able to answer your question just right. Okay, so while we wait
Thank
for
you.
James
Thank you so
to
much
join,
for yeah, thank you so much for all of that. I'm sure everybody is excited. Like you've had all of those, and you do not know what with. And I look forward to when WIFA is going to be physical. Like seeing people coming from different parts of the world. Coming for this major event. Like it's going to be like a global thing where everybody connects. So Laura Eri is here, and I'm going to be letting her onto the stage. So Laura Eri is she's popularly known as the fashion architect, and woman as fashion architect, and she's a fashion educator. So she's how am I going to put it? Like I'm sure the Gen Zs on the conference are listening in right now would know her really well because she's known how she's tailored our tutoring language. Like they understand her better. I mean, should I say she understands them better? So breaking down fashion education, pattern drafting, all of those things in a way that people can easily understand and like I say, aspire to Maguire, aspire to become a fashion educator. So hi Lauren, welcome to
Hi,
WIFA.
JK.
Can you just introduce yourself?
Hello, everybody. My
Okay, so
name
I'm
is
going
Lauren
to just
Henry.
go off the stage, sorry, and
Oh,
allow Mrs. Damilola to take over from me. Thank you very
oh,
much.
all right. Thank you, JK. Hi, Mrs. Dami. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Lauren. We need to catch up off this platform. I
Yes.
cannot wait for us to talk. But I really would like you to just introduce yourself. I love what you
Um,
do. I love the fact that I just can't wait for people to just hear about you. Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Lauren Henry. Yes, online I'm known as the fashion architect, and some people, for some reason, call me the dragger online, the person who drags fashion entrepreneurs and designers online. I'm not sure I like that profile, but that's what people seem to call me online. But basically, my work mostly focuses on bridging the gap between how fashion is seen and practiced in Nigeria and then aligning it to the industry standards because we're very talented people in Nigeria, but somehow, because of lack of proper education and a lot of other misinformations, we do not quite produce the quality that we need to produce. So that's the reason why the fashion architect exists, is to let people know what exists as the standard, and then just try to see how people can get there, how the average Nigerian fashion entrepreneur or the average Nigerian designer can attain certain heights, can be export ready, just produce quality stuff. That's why that's what I do, and that's why the fashion architect exists.
So the first thing that comes to mind is, can you briefly
Yeah.
tell us what inspired you choosing this niche? You know, everybody has probably gone through a phase where it was a struggle and they realized, you know what, let me
Yeah.
focus on this is what I can this is what I can contribute to the fashion industry. What was
Yeah.
that journey for you? Can you just take us through it briefly? Tell us what led to
So,
you starting the fashion architect.
are you sure you're ready for my story? All right, so I'll say that my journey in fashion started with me as a pattern maker and a tutor, a pattern making tutor, and then a designer. And as a pattern making tutor, I realized how, the people who were the pattern makers at the time always made it seem like pattern making was this great thing that you can never understand. And, you just have to be very smart to be able to get it. But I saw how if you can break it down for people, they can actually understand it. And so it was during my time as a tutor that I, just developed easier ways to present these things, to teach these things to people. And I realized that students were getting it because when I learned pattern making, my tutor was not great, I will not lie. And if not for a desire to really learn and that drive to be good at everything I do, I would have probably not even ever learned pattern making. But I had a textbook and I just found different materials that helped me become the pattern maker that I am today. And so that's why when I then became a tutor, I told myself, no, I can't teach the same way that other people teach. And then I decided to find those easier ways, the simplified methods of teaching these things. But when you now go through that school system, you realize that there are still gaps. There are things that people still do not know, that people still leave fashion school and they think they're ready but they're not ready. Or people have been doing the job for a very long time and they think they're good, but then it's still not up to that quality. And for me, these are conversations that if I were to meet you in person, we would have on a normal day. And I decided, why should I just have these conversations in person when I can take it online? Other people can then have access to these things. We can, the way I'll talk about maybe finishing, what the quality finish should look like. Why, instead of having it with just one-on-one with you now, Dami, why not have it on a larger, on a wider scale? And so I decided, you know what, let's do this thing, let's take it online. And that's how the fashion architect started. Obviously, for the name, it started because I'm a pattern maker, and if you know, pattern making is the architecture of fashion, but it has
It
now
is.
grown beyond that. It has now grown beyond that to just architecture. I think for me now, um, let's say that this is me also trying to shape creating the blueprint of what fashion should look like in Nigeria. So somehow it's still architecture, even if I'm not just sharing pattern making, I'm talking about stuff, but still shaping and creating a blueprint for fashion. So yeah,
I
that's my
absolutely
story.
love the fact that it's beyond you. If there's anything I have observed, sorry, I think I'm echoing. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. So I said that if there's anything I've observed, it's the fact that those who are creating a change in the industry in Nigeria, in their countries, or in Africa are those who are
Yeah.
looking beyond themselves. And in a way, when you think about passion to profit, an average fashion industry person will tell you, I have a passion for fashion. Sometimes I'm like, can you say something else? you know. And one of the ways that I can literally say that you're creating change is with your courses, guiding people through how patterns ought to be done. We're now in a world where if you don't draft patterns or create patterns, you're not in business. The core of any fashion business now requires the technicality of drafting patterns, right? So
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you this. How would you describe the role of pattern making, right, in profitability of a business? Some people will say it is marketing. True. Some people will say, oh, identify your brand audience, know who your audience, your target audience have. Absolutely. But for me, I would like you to share with us the significant role that drafting patterns or working with patterns, drafting, cutting, designing with patterns, what role does that make? Does that play in the profitability of a business?
Okay, so that's a fantastic question. I would say that as a fashion entrepreneur right now, a designer, whatever, as long as you make clothes, you cannot do without patterns because that's the only way that you can produce the same quality over and over again. So I'll give you the example. I think I'm echoing now. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. I think she
Okay.
muted.
Okay. So with if you're going to go into ready to wear or made to order, that's you're making multiple pieces of the same design. You can't do that without patterns. And if you don't include pattern making in your processes, then how can your business truly be successful? Because imagine if you made this thing for this person, the sample of the design you made looks good, then you made this like 16 pattern of that same design and it does not fit the customer the same way that it fits the model that wore the sample. That's a problem. There's no way that your business can grow because you're going to have issues online. That's why you see people calling out, but this is what I saw this on their website, but then this is what they sent to me. You're definitely going to have those issues. Things will not be, your designs will not be accurate because it will be difficult for you to create the same kind of design in multiple times and think that you're going to achieve it the same way without patterns. It's just not possible. Even for people who have been doing this work for a very long time, they will tell you that there will still be some discrepancies. So in this day and age now, and if you want to be profitable, please, I beg you, start drafting patterns. I hope that
Absolutely.
answers the question.
We did. I'm so glad that Esther Adekunle is here. I can't wait for her camera to come on. Hi, Esther. Welcome. So, the beautiful thing, I'm ready to start asking my question. I hope you guys are ready. Because for me, I look at Lauren as the Lauren superpower. And I see Esther as like the macro superpower when it comes to the economics of entrepreneurship, right? Now, we've always focused on the front end. Oh, how can businesses sell? How can they position themselves? We easily forget that if your back end isn't sorted, I'm talking about Lauren and experts and car, how do you want to leverage opportunities, on a larger scale? So my first question, I'll direct my questions individually, and I look forward to you both trashing this question anyhow you like. So Esther, from your experience in economic development, tell us, how can fashion entrepreneurs leverage local and international networks? Now, WIFA, amazingly now, we have people from over 7 to 10 cities right now across Africa. I am super proud that we could bring people from across. But how can they leverage what's it called? The local and international network. Now to Lauren, how can fashion brands begin to collaborate? We've talked about the role of pattern making. We've talked about the significance of basic production processes, which pattern making is an essential part. But how can brands collaborate to strengthen their value proposition? you know, Especially coming from the point of an expert in pattern making. How can brands come together to work together to create a win-win opportunity? Now, Esther, you will then help us understand how these brands can now leverage local and international market. Lauren, did you get my question? Can you guys hear me now? I think my network is.
I can hear you, Dami.
Hi, okay. Okay. So Lauren dropped off. I think we would just start with you, Esther.
Okay.
You know, I know your background. I know you're the director, at DAI, and I feel like people need to hear more. Fashion entrepreneurs need to understand that it's beyond just your small sewing machine, your simple corner. There's so much to leverage. And hi, Lauren, welcome back. Can you hear me now, Lauren?
Yes, I can. I think my internet
Okay.
somewhere is
So the
having a
way the
problem.
question is really, I think we'll start with Lauren, then Esther then gives like an holistic overview. So Lauren, I said, how can fashion brands collaborate to
Mm-hmm.
strengthen their value proposition and create like a win-win opportunity? So these brands, please take note, it's not just businesses, it could be service providers like yourself, right? So how can they collaborate to create a win-win? Then I asked Esther, I said, Now we're looking at economic development, right? How can fashion entrepreneurs begin to leverage local and international network just so that they can all grow, so that they can also experience greater profit and growth? So, Lauren, you have the floor.
Okay, so collaboration now, I think a lot of people use this word and it's almost becoming a buzzword, but it's really simple. It's just creating partnerships, partnerships that can help each individual thrive, so each business thrive. And it should always be mutually beneficial. And for me, when I think of collaboration, I imagine me as a pattern maker collaborating with a designer to come up with a collection, or maybe there's would have an illustrator too, just people within the supply chain of fashion now coming together to create something. And instead of just designers or the pattern makers now being on the back end and the designers having the floor or having the spotlight, imagine if all of these different service providers, the pattern makers, and everything can truly come together to create collections or create a brand where everybody has the spotlight. I don't know if that makes sense. So you see that happen in, you see businesses coming together now to collaborate. And let's say you're trying to do a campaign for International Women's Day now. You see photographers coming together with designers, makeup artists, and then models coming to do a campaign. Instead of just that level, because that's a great way to collaborate. Instead of just that level, imagine if even us, a pattern maker can collaborate with a designer. And another way that I think collaborations can be great is imagine two brands also coming together to create one capsule collection. We saw that recently with MOT, the label, and what's the name of this other brand, Dye Lab, where they came together to create, I don't know, Dami, did you see that? Where they came together to create one collection. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Am
I
I
can
still
hear
on
you.
this call?
Yes, you're on the call. I
Oh,
can hear you
okay,
very well.
okay. Okay. All right. So these two brands came together to create a capsule collection, and it was great. I guess it was really successful. It was a limited edition collection where a dye lab now are known for their tie dye, their batik fabrics, and their easy, free flowing bubbles. We all know dye lab, right? Then we have MOT the label, who works with more structured fits. They work with more plain fabrics. You would call them a contemporary brand and not really, the African inspired brand like dye lab is. But then they came together to create a collection where they used Dye Labs fabrics, but then with MOT, the labels, silhouettes, and basically like their designs. And it was so successful because, imagine if MOT, the label, wanted to explore tie-dye. They wanted to explore Adire fabrics, but it would take them a whole, a long period of time before they could maybe master their fabrics or get the actual kinds of fabrics that they wanted. Instead of wasting all of that time trying to develop your own thing, why not just collaborate with another brand who has already gotten that on lockdown? I don't know if you get what I mean. So it will help shorten your time. You can leverage on each other's expertise, so you're not taking too long to learn something and you're not having to hire people to do it for you. Just collaborate and get it done. And we also see another way I think I love to see people collaborate is when they come together as, let's say like a pop-up. You know what we have today, there are lots of trade fairs happening in Nigeria, but maybe not to that level. But fashion brands coming together to do a pop-up shop for a few days. And I think when I think about this, I imagine an art gallery. How you go to an art gallery and there are several, arts from different artists. As much as they are all artists, but then there are, different things will appeal to different people. So you're coming together, you're seeing everybody's art, but then everybody then ends up going to their own people, or they even get to now find new people. So when you come together, to create these pop-up shops, I can then leverage on Dami's market. Dami can leverage on my own market, and that way we've widened our reach. And I think that truly we should start to adopt more collaborative measures like this, just so that instead of going alone, we can actually go together. You know, I hope I've answered that.
Amazing. Yes, you did. I like the fact that you touched on different kinds of collaborations. You didn't just talk about, oh, let us work together and you try to normalize what collaboration really means. People stop thinking of it like something so ambiguous, right? Skill collaboration, a pattern maker with a designer, perfect collaboration,
Yeah.
brands collaborating, and then communal collaboration. Like, see, I've already written it down, like I'm in a class, because I think we overthink what this collaboration really means, and I'm glad
Yeah.
that designers can come together and collaborate, work on
Yeah.
a top
Yeah.
project, skill,
I
brand
think one thing,
collaborating.
sorry to cut you. The one thing I would even love to mention is, even designers coming together to share, imagine you want to source fabrics now and you reached out to this company in Turkey and their MOQ is so high you cannot even afford it. Imagine now coming together with another designer and you guys put funds together to be able to then source these fabrics. That way you're pulling money together, you're still getting the same quality, you're getting what you want, but at a cheaper rate because you collaborated with somebody. So there are just several ways to collaborate. It's just for you to make sure it is mutually beneficial, make sure that you are protected, because you have to be careful when it comes to collaborations to any kinds of partnerships in general. You have to be very careful. So you have to be sure
Thank you
that
so much,
you're
Lorraine.
collaborating with people who
Absolutely.
complement your brand. Yeah.
Absolutely. Esther, we can't wait to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you,
Good
Dami.
morning.
Lovely to meet you, and
You
Lauren
too.
too, right? Yeah, thank you so much for having me. So glad to be here, right? Well done with the Women in Fashion Africa conference. It's a really good one to note. So yes, my background is economic development. So of course, you expect that I will take some steps back, right? To just speak briefly on how important the fashion industry is, right? Many times we're not aware of the significance that it actually contributes to the Nigerian economy and Africa as a whole. So when I was preparing for this, I did some research, right? And the contribution of the fashion industry to Nigeria as a last year, data was telling us it was about $1.6 billion, right, into the Nigerian economy. I will take that again, $1.6 billion. Now, because the sector is very segmented, right, and fragmented, we many times cannot put this together and see the impact. So that's why I thought it was very important to bring that up. Just also thinking about the importance, think about the number of women that we know, okay, that are fashion designers just across the entire value chain. So this industry is so important, and I'm happy that we're doing this, right, just to promote its importance and look at different ways to strengthen the entire value chain. So to your question, collaboration is so key, is key across the business world, collaboration and partnership, right? And because the question is tilted towards collaboration and partnership, towards revenue growth, right? Growth in general for entrepreneurs. What usually deters growth, challenges that entrepreneurs face. So for fashion designers, and those in the value chain like Lauren and many others that are doing amazing work. There are many challenges, but three big ones that I see right at the macro level include one. The first is around, and people say this a lot, is around access to finance. If a fashion entrepreneur wants to expand her collection and she goes to a commercial bank now, you and I know that the rates she will get will be 30% and above, right? And she needs to pay that in 1 year, right? And God help her that they don't also ask her for a property that she has. If she has a property, she won't be going to the bank, right? So access to finance is a big thing. Another thing we see as a challenge for many businesses and those in the industry is also access to international markets. So the idea is that you grow, you start small, okay, and then you expand to other markets, right? But in Nigeria, for many fashion entrepreneurs, for many, not all, this is actually a challenge, right? And the last is just the high cost of production that I'm sure Lauren and others can, speak more about, right? So those are the challenges. So in terms of thinking partnership, you want your partnership to enable you do these things, right? So partnership that enhances finance, capital, right, and expansion, right? Partnership that enhances international and even local markets, right? Partnerships that helps to reduce your cost of production. And I like so many of the things that Lauren has said, just in terms of collaboration, because collaboration truly reduces cost of production because you are using both resources and all, right? So yeah, let's talk about access to finance. the Bank of Industry that I hope many of us know about, the Bank of Industry actually supports women entrepreneurship. So I saw this, actually it was yesterday, I think I saw it, that they're actually pumping in about 10 billion naira into the Nigerian economy for female entrepreneurs. So fashion and other entrepreneurs, right? Female entrepreneurs. So that's available. Many times and this is not just in the fashion industry, but many times entrepreneurs could be very busy doing their work, their amazing work, that they don't look out to see what these opportunities are, right? Is when you're in associations, is when you're collaborating, is when you're in groups and communities that these things are shared, right? So that's one. Bank of Industry, I mean, interestingly, in 2018, they actually pledged 1 trillion naira to just the fashion industry, right? So there's money sitting somewhere, okay, waiting for people to actually harness. I know at some point we'll talk about, or in the entire session, if not in this session, how to harness this kind of funds, right? But see, there's a challenge. There's an organization that is funding towards it, right? It could be difficult accessing these funds as a singular entrepreneur. But when you go as an association, it's much easier. You're able to negotiate better. That's the power of collaboration. That's the power of strategic partnership. I'll move on to the next challenge. The next challenge around access to international and local markets, right? One brand that I like, interestingly, I was in their store on Sunday, is Grail Velvet, and a number of us will know them here, right? So in Grail Velvet, the operating model is that you walk in and you see different their own designs and local designs. Grail Velvet, you will find them. I'm in Abuja, you will find them mostly in the big malls. So in Jabi Lake Mall, I know in Lagos they are also in the malls, right? So if I that is partnership, that's strategic partnership, right? Not an entrepreneur might not be able to afford a space in the mall on our own, right? But she can partner with others and get your product there. Let's take it higher to international markets, right? There's a lot happening in the international space. I was in Rwanda in January, okay, and I got into their market and I saw some Nigerian local fabrics. And I said, this is what we look at in Nigeria. We're like, no, this is not. But I saw it in their market, made in Nigeria. I said, wow, look at us. We're here. Oh. Do you understand? But for many entrepreneurs, especially in the fashion space, it's difficult to get your product to a Rwanda and to many other African countries. Once you just think of how difficult it is, you just say, let me focus on the local market and all, forgetting that expansion entails going to these international markets and making the USD, the pounds, and other currencies for meat, right? Which really helps to boost businesses, right? There's something ongoing, and it's been ongoing for a number of years. But I mean, it gets better by the year, to be honest. It's called the African Continental Free Trade Area. The goal really is just to expand trade within Africa, and that includes fashion items, of course, right? And so there's a lot going on in that space, right? And they are looking for, and we are getting closer. This has been for about 4 years, over 4 years. But every single year we get closer to what are the trade barriers that needs to be removed. How can we make it easy for people to trade within Africa, and all of that, right? And so that's something for fashion entrepreneurs you want to keep your eyes on. Remember what I said, do it as a group. Don't try to do it on your own because you'll be overwhelmed, right? Just lastly, I've seen some local brands actually feature in global fashion shows, right? Yeah, and that's interesting. And you can't get there on your own. You do it strategically in terms of collaboration, right? So yeah, those are some of the things I would say at this moment to just to buttress the point that strategic partnership and collaboration certainly is essential for business, for fashion entrepreneurs to grow their revenue and expand outside the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that anyone watching this session can literally take away back end and front end solution. At the back, working on your business, you're so focused in your business, you're looking on leveraging on brand collaboration, project-based collaboration, which is what I called the example you gave, Lauren, when you said sourcing, for example, sourcing together. It's a back-end need. Nobody needs to know what you're doing. You just need to work with a group of other designers. You source your zippers, you source your thread, you source your appliques together, then you have the skill collaboration. So you are good at XYZ, I'm good at XYZ. Let us work together. Now, let's now go to the front end, which is what Esther touched on. I like the fact that you mentioned a big problem we have with fashion, with creatives and fashion, and women especially. We want to focus so much on the business. We bury ourselves in our business, in our store, with the products, with the tailors. We're not even coming out to catch some air. We're not connecting. We're not networking. We're not trying to stay abreast of updates and information. If we take a poll right here, I'm sure that a lot of people are probably unaware of what the Bank of Industry has pledged to the fashion industry, would probably be unaware of opportunities to attend trade shows, to attend fairs, to attend Canex, to attend after initiatives. All of these initiatives exist, but many young entrepreneurs are unaware. And when you mentioned staying in a community, I think truly being in a group where relevant information are, shared would go a long way in helping many young people. So whether you are in Zimbabwe, you're in Nigeria, you're in Ghana, after, for example, Canex, for example, are, initiatives that it's not just for a particular country or a particular region, it's for all Africans. And it is also possible to collaborate with someone in a region where there's local opportunity to funding. So you are in Rwanda, you can work with a Nigerian designer. Let us work on a collection together. Let us push a project together. You get the local funding. We benefit across board. It could even be export collaboration. You have a store, I don't have a store. How can I stock my pieces in your store, right there in Namibia or in Ghana? It's so clear from the conversation we've just had that collaboration and networking and staying up to date, they're extremely crucial, and these things can be learned. I'm saying this now. A lot of people will say, "Oh, I don't know where to go. I don't know, even if I go, I don't know what to do." These things, you can learn them. Like, it's not difficult. It starts with going for the first one. It starts with starting with the first conversation, right? So I think it's time for us to move on to the next conversation, which will be to Lauren. What strategies at this point would you recommend for staying innovative? You know, it's I think the future of illustration and drafting patterns is such that a lot of people are now leveraging digital tools, tech tools. Now, how can young entrepreneurs, wherever they are in the world, begin to leverage um, opportunities or tools to stay innovative? Because if you compare the fashion industry in Africa to the ones in the Western world, you will see that when the person says they're a designer, they're definitely not saying they're technical experts. There's someone else working on the tech pack. There's someone else handling sourcing. There's someone else handling. I know everybody has a job in the entire value chain. So, what would you say is a major way of staying innovative today?
Okay. Um, for me, every time I think of innovation, the first thing that comes to my mind is solving actual problems and staying relevant even in the future. So there was a time that being a pattern maker was the innovative thing to do in Nigeria. So it was like the new thing. But we've gone way past that now that there are lots of people who make patterns, and making manual patterns is no longer just it anymore. Everybody's looking for ways now to go digital to be able to, like, pattern people who are pattern makers as a career, as a profession. They're looking for ways now to have softwares that they can easily use to what's the word now, sell their patterns abroad, because having to transport physical patterns is so difficult and is unnecessary when you can just have them in soft copies. So in this day and age now, for us in Nigeria, innovation in pattern making now is digital patterns. So I think that every time we think of innovation, first of all, let's not think of the big things that other people abroad are also thinking about just yet. We're growing at different levels, right? So in the US, in the UK, in the West, being a digital pattern maker is not anything new anymore. But in Nigeria, is the innovation that you would need to adopt, to be able to, do business in an easier way. I remember the time that I don't know if we saw that video trend. There was a lady who made patterns, who cut her fabric using a projector. So her patterns were projected, and everybody was so, oh, this is amazing, it's amazing. But for us, it's not even a thing yet, because people have not even gone digital to the point of even thinking of using a projector to cut their patterns. So when it comes to innovation, for me, to be very honest, I would say it depends on what level we are in. Our level now is going digital, making our systems easier, not just easier now, cutting down our production times and being able to cut down our production costs. So whatever innovation now, I may not have all of the strategies to give you now, but these are the things that we should be looking at when it comes to innovation in our industry right now, looking for ways to cut down, production costs, production time, and also to just make our processes easier. That would be my answer to.
Absolutely. I think that the fact that you said solving actual problems and then you talked on production time and cost of production. Bam. In my head, I'm like, the actual problem was facing in fashion. In Nigeria, West Africa, many African countries, and many entrepreneurs across Africa. Those are the two things: cost of production, production time. Any solution you are trying to adopt must actually lead to this. Now, when you touched on the digital projection of
Yeah,
patterns, I
yeah,
laughed. In my mind, I'm like, "What? We can't jump the gun. There's still so much in between before we get
exactly.
to that point. Education is part of it.
Yeah,
Upskilling is part of it. Adopting the technology is part. There's just so much. How many businesses in African countries can boldly say that they draft patterns digitally?
yeah.
We've not even started drafting it digitally. How then do we want to explore digital um, projection to now cut the pattern? That's like, but these are the conversations we're having, and we're obviously inspiring young people to begin to look outside the box and think outside the box. And the funny thing is, this could be what will separate your business from another. This could be what will make you more profitable, as a small business, just leveraging on innovation and cutting your cost of production and time, for producing. I would really like you to touch on that, how to cut on time of production, Lauren. In what way do you think that we can actually begin to innovate when it comes to timeline of production?
Because I'm a pattern maker, that would be the easiest thing for me to talk about.
Mm,
Now, when I talk about when I draft patterns digitally, the pattern that I would have, taken maybe 2 hours to draft on paper manually, I can do in 20 minutes.
mm,
Like, so that cuts down my time by a whole lot. And there's something that I always talk about. Every pattern maker hates it. We all hate adding allowances to our patterns. We like to do it, we would rather do it on fabric, which is not ideal. So for anybody hearing me, it's not ideal. But we find that we always do that because it takes a lot of time for you to start to add allowances to each piece. But when you're drafting patterns digitally, that can take less than 2 minutes to add your allowances all round. So
mm.
this alone can cut down your production time by a whole lot, just because you're not spending hours now, coming up with the idea, or coming up with your manual patterns. You're doing it in a couple of minutes. So yeah, that's
Fantastic.
just one example.
I like the fact that this has nothing to do with a new space, a new structure. It just has everything to do with a software, a digital tool that is probably available to anyone who is ready to get their hands on it. And I like the fact that these tools can actually cut down the cost of production and also cut down the time for production. Thank you so much for
There
being
may be a
so
huge investment, though,
precise.
but there may be a huge investment, but
Mm,
it's always worth it in
okay.
the end.
I like that clause. But
Yes.
this is where coming together can actually also
Yeah.
um, you know, work. So it might cost so much, but if we are doing it or using it together as a group of fashion entrepreneurs, the costs can be spread across board such that I'm probably not even feeling the effect of 100%. I'm probably just bearing 20%,
Yeah.
14%, or 50%, whatever the case may be. So I think truly these are some of the things that entrepreneurs need to begin to look out for. Thank you for sharing on that. Um, Esther, my question will now be, what policies or structural changes do you think that one entrepreneurs should adopt I don't want to use Nigeria as the case study, but I also think in my head that whatever problem is available in Nigeria is probably the same in many African cities, right? But what structural strategy or changes can entrepreneurs begin to adopt? And also, will I say, institutional bodies? What kind of changes or policies can they also, you know, provide? Even though from what you said, they've actually been making a lot of initiatives, they've been creating a lot of them. So what kind of structural changes can entrepreneurs in particular adopt in such a way that there's a lot of progression, there's a lot of economic growth that can be, tied back to the fashion industry?
Okay, great question. Thank you for that. Right. Yes, when we basically talk about structural changes, talk about policies, usually you have to start at the high level. So let's allow our entrepreneurs breathe a bit, right? Okay, they are trying to be very innovative and all. So government has its place to its role to play, right? Government and many institutions. So I'll start with that. And for every entrepreneur, especially those in fashion, when you talk about ease of doing business. And Lauren mentioned it a bit, right, when she spoke about production costs, cutting your production costs. There's a certain level to which entrepreneurs can do, and there's a higher level to which we need government and the private industry to do, right? And the first thing that comes to my mind and to most entrepreneurs' mind when they think about production cost is power. I mean, most entrepreneurs spend up to 40% of their cost. I mean, maybe we need to remove for the bigger ones, we might remove things around salaries and all, but 40% of their operational cost is spent on generating power, right? And power generation is a big thing. So when we talk about ease of doing business, which is primarily the responsibility of the government, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done there, right? It's the government's responsibility to ensure there's an enabling environment for production in fashion and production across, right? That's what generally gives the government revenue because, I mean, if businesses are able to produce and expand, then revenue is gotten through taxes that are provided. So at the end of the day, it gives the government what we really need as a country, right? The second, I would say, and still under ease of doing business, would just be things around export processes, right? So for entrepreneurs that have been challenged with trying to get their goods outside the country, and something you might know, Dami and Lauren and others, is that um, I once had a fashion business. Okay, so many years ago, I actually had a fashion business called Bell and Grace. Bell and Grace Africa was really, it
Wow.
was, yeah. It was my way of expressing my love for Africa. So I used to design things with African materials and all of that. I stopped the business about 5 years ago, where it still has a place in my heart. But talking about exporting, it was something I considered then, right? And I tried to test the process and it was difficult, it was challenging. So what I did was every time I was going to the UK or to other countries, I would just put my products in my bag, right, and take it there and sell. I like that Lauren is laughing because it's not sustainable, right? There's many as you can take with you, right? Whether it's one box or two boxes, so it limits expansion, right? So we need, as a country, we need to make the exporting process easier for entrepreneurs, right? Even in the fashion industry. For fashion industry, it that might be easier to achieve because the products are not they are not like foodstuffs that can spoil, right? So for those in the agri space, it's just a really difficult task. But for fashion industry, your products won't spoil in the next X number of years, right? So it's easier to achieve, right? Another thing, and that feeds into the next thing around policies around trade, right? So trade across Africa, yes, there's work being done, but a lot needs to be done, and it needs to be done faster, such that when you want to trade with other African countries, it's easier, right? There are discussions around for the ECOWAS country, which Nigeria is included, a currency for West African countries, right? That we actually, if we're able to achieve that, it will be easier for somebody to sit in Ghana and say, oh, I don't need to convert my um um
Is it just me? But I can't
to
hear Esther
dollar.
anymore.
Oh, can you
Oh
hear me
gosh.
now? Lauren, can you hear
I
me?
can hear you, Esther.
Yes. Okay. It skipped
Okay,
a
okay,
bit.
fully back.
Please go ahead.
Oh,
I
okay,
lost you at
okay. I
ECOWAS.
lost you at ECOWAS. Oh, I was saying that there are discussions around ECOWAS, the West African countries, to actually create a currency for the countries in ECOWAS, right? And what that would do is that it would just promote trade within the ECOWAS countries, the West African countries, right? Meaning that you don't need to convert your naira to dollars, then to the Ghanaian cedi before that trade goes on, right? So just look at it, just the way we use our ECOWAS passports and we're able to enter some West African countries, right? Just look at the impact that that could have, right? Okay. Now moving on to the responsibilities of the entrepreneurs now, right? Entrepreneurs still have their responsibilities in terms of ensuring that the quality of their work, okay, is good enough for international standards, right? And I like what Lauren, I see that Lauren affirmed to it, right? Quality is so key, right, in terms of products, especially when you begin to think of expanding to other countries and even our local markets. We're beginning to ask for more from our local designers. Gone are the days that I and many others travel to the UK, to the US and shop. I still shop for my kids, but I shop like 90% of my outfits now, I get them from local designers, right? And they deliver. Many times I even just order via IG, Instagram, and all, right? But there are some that once you try the first time, the quality is low, you just give up on them and all, right? So branding is very key in terms of the quality of work. So we really need many more fashion entrepreneurs to improve the quality of their product, not in the first few designs you bring out, right? So make the changes. Like Lauren said, if you need to invest in a technology at some point, if you need to invest in equipment at some point, at the end of the day, the return on investment will be worth it, right? And it's even better when you share the cost where and we've spoken about strategic partnerships and all. So those are some of the things I would say in terms of policies and structural changes that the government needs to do and also our entrepreneurs need to do, right? Okay, final one will just be around looking beyond the looking beyond the operational activities, right, and positioning themselves business wise. We spoke about Bank of Industry, right? For you to access funds, and I believe Lauren will know this, they would ask you for your financial statements, right? A fashion designer that is doing amazing but hasn't kept his or her books, it will be difficult, right? There's no amount of English you can speak to them. The account officer just wants to see your account statement. Now there's a higher notch now. To access funds from like a Bank of Industry, they're going to ask you for your tax clearance certificates to ensure that you've been paying tax, right? And many of us we say, "I know government is not doing their part. Why will I be paying tax?" Hello, to access these funds from government, you're going to need to show that you've paid tax in the last 2 to 3 years. So begin to position yourself to access these things, entrepreneurs, right? It's not as difficult. I know you like to design, I know you like to produce. Get an accountant, outsource it, somebody that comes to your office twice in a month to just look at your statement. Get one of your assistants to ensure that whatever is sold is written down. Many times we have this already, right? So just position yourself, right, your operations to be able to access these funds and many opportunities that will come your way, if not this year, next year, and years to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I like that statement. Entrepreneurs need to leave their fashion business operation activities. Like they need to get their hands out of that and begin to learn basic business structure. You touched on legals, you touched on tax, you touched on accounting. And I think about what limits entrepreneurs in fashion from getting investors, from getting funded and accessing grants. It is these basic documents because there is no form you want to fill. There is no application you want to apply for. They will ask you for your team, your task identification number. They will ask you to attach your audited statement. They will ask you for your business registration document. And these are some things that entrepreneurs start running elder skelter and then they get frustrated and then they give up. you know. And something that started as a hobby they're like, oh, I don't think I want to go that far. It's not that deep. Let me just be doing my business, as I'm already doing. But that's what separates men from women. You notice that most men will start from the business point and work their way back to the creative and operational parts. But women, we like to be, you know, cupbearers. We want to carry the business. We're very passionate about it. And in the end, we are losing out on a lot of opportunities. So I like the fact that, you did touch on what the government needs to do, and then you also addressed what entrepreneurs also need to do. So the way they say that luck is preparedness meeting opportunities. So you prepare your business. Let it look like it should. Let it look like a business. I always say to people I coach, I say fashion business is 80% business, 20% creativity. It is first a business. So it is just the same thing as running a spa or running a supermarket,
Yeah.
because they are first businesses. It's just that what you're offering is now fashion.
Mm-hmm.
And it's easy to mix this up and get discouraged. But here is a fact from all the speakers. Lauren has touched on all the things that you need to do as an entrepreneur as well. Setting, putting your processes in place backstage, leveraging technology, cutting, from what you said, Esther, it is also possible to outsource some things. You don't know how to do bookkeeping, outsource it. You want to sort out your legals, your tax, get someone to do it. You don't have to do it on your own or by yourself. Be in a community where, oh, please, I need someone that can help me with my tax. They just share a contact, right up, you get it sorted. These are the conversations that we need to keep having, because we need to push ourselves beyond where we are. Fashion is still considered largely vocational and not very investable. And the reasons are because women, which make the largest percentage of players in this industry, are not ready or are not taking on the hard work of becoming business minded. So I'm really grateful that you touched on this fact. So my last question before we take on questions would be, what does success look like to you, Esther? If you look at the fashion industry, 10 years from now, what does success look like? Same thing goes to Lauren. What would a successful fashion business look like to you? But to Esther, it's more of the industry, looking at it from a more geographical point of view. Everybody's wearing African fashion. We know African fashion is everywhere, in Europe, in the US, name it. But are we actually growing? We've touched on a lot of problems. So I want to know from Lauren and from you, Esther. Lauren, you can go first. What does success look like to you when you see a fashion business? How can you say this business is a successful business? What are the things or what are the attributes you would be looking out for? You're muted. I
Okay.
think a piggyback question. Sorry, Lauren, a piggyback question. What would be your final piece of advice to fashion entrepreneurs?
Okay, that should be what that should be my question.
No, both. Like I'm saying,
Okay.
what does
Okay.
success look like when you see a fashion
Okay.
business? And then what's your advice for our audience, fashion entrepreneurs?
Okay, so when it comes to what success looks like to me, it may not be the popular opinion, but for me, with any kind of business, what I always see, look out for is the impact. So, how has, as everybody's doing fashion, everybody's doing lots of things, but what difference have you brought into the fashion space? What difference have you made in the industry? That's what I look at. And you see certain people getting to these levels where you can clearly see, the different flavor, the different spice, how they've made the industry better just by existing. That's actually what I look out for when it comes to success. And if you're able to, just hit some of those, tick those boxes for me, then you're a successful brand. Impact is more important to me than anything else. Beyond, of course, money is good, but then what difference are you also making in the industry? That's what I always look out for. And when it comes to my final advice, I think Esther already touched on it: quality. Quality. So we have many creative people in we have many creative fashion entrepreneurs, fashion designers in Nigeria, but the quality is not great. And this is something that I would continue to say over and over again as long as I'm alive. That we cannot keep producing at this super, level, and we expect to get to certain, extents in the global industry. I remember a conversation I had with my mentor a couple of years ago, and she said she was at Pure London and she saw this Nigerian designer, she was showing her stuff and it looked good on the outside until she came close and saw very, very poor finishing in her clothes. And she was wondering, how are you here in London? You see the clothes, around you, and you really thought that people would take you seriously with this quality. And she was very, because she's a bit elderly, so she was very blunt, to the lady, and she told her that. And for me, this is the advice I give everybody. Creativity is great. We have talent, it is great, but also refine your product. Make sure that whatever you're producing is at the best quality possible. Always make sure of that. And then, I feel like when you've gotten that right, and you also use all of the strategies that Esther gave us, success is almost inevitable for you.
I like the fact that, you know, you both have your unique point of view, and it is really making the conversation really balanced. Quality, 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 Lauren. Thank you so much. Because, like I said earlier, these things can be taught, people can learn it. You gave example of someone that had the opportunity to sell in a foreign market, and the product is inferior. Look at how counterproductive that is. you know Meanwhile, there are people here who have great products, good quality. They're unaware of international opportunities or platforms to sell, right? So I take on that as your final word. So for entrepreneurs, you said a good sign of success is that they're making a change, they're creating impact. It's not just about the business, but secondly, the kind of products that they churn out, the quality of this product. I think those two things just makes your thoughts amazing. So thank you so much, Lauren. Let's have Esther share with us what.
Yeah, so success, like you'd expect, I'll look at it from the economic angle, right? Yeah, so success in the fashion industry and its growth can be determined by looking at number of jobs it's able to create. We have so many young people that need jobs, right? And the fashion industry can be one of those industries that actually facilitates that, right? The second is in terms of the trading activities, right? Activities in Nigeria and outside the country. Export is something that Nigeria needs right now in terms of our economy, right? And for us to grow, export contributes to it, right? We need to be exporting. We are exporting at this stage in recent times, exporting more than we're importing, right? But we need the value of that to be increased. So what we're exporting, and just generally saying, for me, it's a picture of what we have now with Nollywood. And this wasn't
Yeah.
Nollywood 20 years ago, right? Is the Nigerian fashion industry actually getting to that stage where we are recognized and we are patronized? So recognition, the brand is respected for the quality of work it gives, okay, and we are continuously patronized in terms of trade. So for me, that's what success looks like. And my final words would be around building relationships and connecting. Okay, and as I sit back and look at my career 10 years ago, right? And I'll use 10 years. Many times we say 10 years is so far from here. But you'll be amazed at what many of these participants, where their brands will be 10 years from now, right? But imagine if you connect with them now, and I'm speaking to the participants, imagine connecting with those in the room with you, right? And building that relationship, right? Building it intentionally such that 10 years from now, 5 years from now, as their brands grow and they have the global platforms, you are growing together, right? So for me, that's so key. Um, Important to have mentors at the top, but also important to build relationships at our level such that we're collaborating in the future and we're growing together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Esther. 10 years ago, I probably cannot describe, the growth between from that time to now for myself as well. And I know that Lauren could probably say the same thing. And if I'm also looking at the industry, I think I would also say the same. The Nigerian fashion industry 10 years ago is very far from what it is now. I mean, we've grown. Businesses are scaling, businesses are exporting. Like, things have changed. Like Lauren said, there was a time when if you say I'm a pattern drafter, people are just looking at you like, what does that mean? How are you going to make money? How profitable is that? Conversations and conversation concerning career opportunities, looking at the industry is totally different today. But I like the fact that you also touched on mentorship and peer-to-peer networking. I think we look down on that a lot. I remember attending a particular event a couple of years back, and I met someone who today is now a designer, by the way. And I was working on a project where I was to just bring together a list of designers. And just off the top of my head, she just came to mind. I mean, someone we were in a classroom together way back. Now she's doing well, she's built her business, and they were looking for organic brands. And because she has put in the work, she has quality, she's doing what she needs to do. It was so easy for me to just give a peer of mine the opportunity to showcase her work. So, you cannot determine the reach of networking with people that you assume you're on the same level because everybody's growth trajectories are different. So, absolutely, listening to mentors, having mentors will definitely make a turn, but networking with your peers would also make a turn. So if you have a question at this point, kindly share. um, I think that we will definitely have people who have probably just been battered to and fro. Please, if the conversations have been very harsh, kindly take it with love. You know how they say women need to support women, and sometimes we need to talk about the difficult things. If you know you are sitting on that table where your products are not of quality, these things can be learned. I keep saying it. There's almost nothing in business that cannot be taught. Business itself can be taught. So if you have aspects of your business, of your skill that needs to be revamped, updated, this is us charging you to do that. And I think I'm going to wait for JK to just share questions with us. JK, do we have questions in the audience? Okay, so one of the questions I probably would ask while we wait for JK to come up is, JK, please hold on. Let me ask my, my own question. How can we get, this is the Esther, so I have a question each. How can we get data about economic development, economic statistics that is very tailored to the fashion industry or creative space? Where can we access this data such that we are not just feeding on fashion news of Gucci, Prada, Shein, and all these businesses internationally, and we don't have figures and statistics that are very relevant to us? So, Esther, how can we access this data? Where and how can we access this data?
That's a good question. Data is is a challenge across the country. And I was
Okay.
talking to somebody yesterday. I was talking to somebody in the climate change space, right? And they were also telling me about data, them needing data. Okay. But there's an institution that over the last 10 years, they've improved, right? They're called the um, National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, right?
Yes.
I remember being in school like 20 years ago as an economist. We used to carry these big books, CBN book, NPS book with data and trying to run analysis. Now, online, you can actually go and you get some economic data, many economic data and all. But the question you asked specifically is fashion data, right? Where do we need to start from? There are still many fashion businesses that are not registered. Okay. And if you're not registered, there's no way NBS can get your data in any way, right? So, firstly, there's a responsibility at the government's NBS level to actually get the data. I was looking for data specifically for fashion in preparing for this session, but it was a bit challenging to get, I confess, right? So yeah, they have their responsibility. But for fashion entrepreneurs, you also have your responsibility in terms of ensuring that businesses are registered. If you're not registered, government can't capture you and all. Don't be afraid of paying tax. Okay, we'll pay our tax and we'll hold the government accountable to give us the services, right? But we have to do our part first in paying. Okay, sometimes people say I don't want to register, I don't want government asking me for X, Y, Z and all. But yeah, there's a lot going on in tax reforms now, and things should get better in the coming months so that multiple taxes are reformed. So back to data. When businesses are registered, your registration will ask for several things, right? Every year you're supposed to file in your returns, right? And all that's where data starts, right? Okay, so if that's not happening for a large percentage of fashion entrepreneurs, it won't be fair to ask the government for the data. They just won't have it. Also encouraging associations, okay, to collect data. Data collection can be hard work. Okay, so you'll find many associations, we have this database of the business name, what they do, and then they stop there, and maybe they have address. But we need to do our part of requesting for more things, right? Yeah. So associations and communities need to begin to take on that responsibility of gathering data. For a state like Lagos State, right, where there are many fashion designers and their associations and their fashion communities. Please take on that responsibility. We should be able to, I think asking at a local government level will be a long one, right? But for a Lagos state, we should be able to measure the number of fashion designers, entrepreneurs we have across the entire value chain, and all, right? That won't be done necessarily by the government. It needs to start at the
True.
community and association level, right? So yeah, both parties have theirs. And so Dami, there isn't one place now I can tell you to say,
Find
but I
data.
at least I've been able to speak to whose responsibility it is at the top and what entrepreneurs need to do in terms of contributing to that data. But it is important, to be honest. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Esther. Thank you so much. I like the fact that it is obviously a gap, and I'm sure that a group of people would also begin to fill the gap. What we also are trying to do at Obsidian is to sort of start collating data. We have a few data we started publishing recently, just from last year's Fashion Week seasons. You know, it's not a lot of data, but it's obviously something that we can begin to work with. And my question to Lauren is: are there any group of people, like a community for pattern makers? Does it exist?
It
You know,
does not
sometimes
exist.
are you serious? It just
It doesn't exist. It doesn't
oh
exist at
wow.
all, and it's a problem. I think more than
Because you know,
beyond just pattern makers. I think maybe with you guys, you're doing something in that line where you're collating jobs. You're the job
yes.
center of fashion in Africa, and so that's great. But you don't have anything aside that at all. We don't. We don't.
Wow. The reason why I asked is because we realize that many businesses today now are looking everywhere for pattern makers. I mean, pattern makers are becoming, like all them UI UX, you know, in the tech space. Everybody's looking for a website designer. They're looking for UI UX. In the fashion space, when it comes to production, everybody's looking for a pattern drafter. Everybody's looking for a pattern maker because they now recognize the importance of pattern making. However, the group of pattern makers that I have interacted with, hmm,
What are your issues?
I will just leave it at that. I'm going to leave it at that.
Because I have an
Okay.
issue. I have an issue with the
Okay.
designers businesses now. A lot of them, first of all, do not even know the work enough, to hire a pattern drafter. Because it's one thing for you to get patterns or hire a pattern drafter that will make patterns for you, and it's another thing for you to be able to use them. So a lot of these businesses do not even train their team to be able to work with these patterns, and they're trying to get patterns. So for me, that's the issue I have with businesses, and maybe that's why you might struggle to get pattern drafters who are even interested. Because personally, I stopped even doing pattern making commissions because of this same issue, where you are ready to do the work, but then the business now does not know how to. They don't know how to work with these patterns. So at the end of the day, it's like you wasted your time, and
Mm,
a bad business relationship. So yeah.
I see that challenge. So there's still a lot of sensitizing that needs to go on. Okay, so we have one question that we're just going to take because I think it's very crucial. I think it's directed to Esther. Says that how do we access the funding, the BOI funding? I think you touched on it a little, but since the person is asking again, kindly touch on and then, we round up discussion.
Okay, that's a good question. Thank you, Emanuela, for asking that question. So yeah, BUI funding, I know I gave large numbers, right? $1 trillion, 1 trillion naira actually,
Yes.
2018. I'll give you another number to show that they're actually working. As of last year, they said they disbursed 5.9 billion to 551 beneficiaries. Okay. Um, Now they are giving out the funds. Okay. I can tell you to go to a Bank of Industry office and try to make inquiries on your own. Okay. But guess what? It may work or it may not work. I've heard people tell me that it's taking them months, they applied and they didn't get it. But remember what we spoke about in terms of associations and partnerships, right? So are you in any association? Can you go as an association and say, we're passionate entrepreneurs. We've heard of this initiative. Okay. We would like to access it. Okay. It's going to take intentional work because it's a government initiative, right? So I want to prepare you towards it, Emmanuel and others thinking about it. Please go as an association, go as a collective. Okay. Dami, I'm even tempted to throw it to you guys to do it for your members. Try, okay? Because you're going to need to knock those doors. They're going to need to see how persistent you are. Okay, so Emanuela, I'm hoping that your books are correct already. Okay, so all of the things we spoke about in terms of tax and all, you have to have it. If not, it's an easy way for them to just say, oh, we can't give you the funds, you don't have this. So once you have the required things, which they usually will have a list of it, please go as a collective, okay? Um, and ask about the funds. Okay. And note that the funds are not necessarily grants. Some of them are loans, right? Because it's Bank of Industry. So it's just that the percentage they will ask for the interest rate, usually, I say usually, is usually less than 10%. And or relative to a commercial bank that will ask you for about 30 something percent. There are other organizations, and I know that, and I'm just going to call them. I have nothing to do with them, to be honest, right? But I know that Access Bank does a lot in terms of
Yes.
women entrepreneurship. So I don't. Sometimes the Bank of Industry will leverage some commercial banks. But remember what we said about information. You have to know this information, right? So yeah. So are they working with any commercial bank such that the rates will be slightly lower
Hi
than
guys, can you
the
hear me? I
interest
think
rate?
we have just one more question left, but we can't
I
hear
can hear. I
Esther.
can hear.
Can you hear me?
Oh, you couldn't hear me.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay. So that's my response. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Esther. So we are rounding up, and somebody dropped a question. I'm throwing that question to Lauren because
Okay.
question is not for me. But I think on that note, we will round up quickly because we're moving straight into our next session. Person said, aside from quality, hmm, what are the essential measures you would suggest for a small brand that caters to career women, like a brand that offers, I think, workwears? What kind of measures would you suggest for that brand to upskill?
First of all, I think this is where marketing will have to come into play, because if you focus on workwear, then how do you access this people? We have to be able to create a brand that can attract these people. So there's a lot of branding work that you have to do to attract these kinds of people. So yeah.
Absolutely. I think just to add to what Lauren said, are you on LinkedIn? Do you know a lot of
Yeah.
corporate people are on LinkedIn? Sometimes understanding where your audience gather, it's a major essential. But at this point, thank you so much, everyone, for joining the session. Esther, I can't wait to interact with you privately as well as Lauren. I look forward to us doing a lot of things together. To what you said, we're definitely open to do a funding preparedness workshop, just to sort of reiterate some of these things in a more practical way. And I am delighted that you were able to give as much as you did in this session. And I can't wait to see the feedbacks from our participants. But at this junction, I'd like to say a big thank you. And I'm very sure everybody's grateful. JK, are you there? Can I hand over our amazing speakers to you now? Thank you for inviting me as well, Obsidian. And thank you, Lauren and Esther. Have a beautiful afternoon. Thank you so
You
much.
too. Thank
Thank you
you.
so much. Thank you so much.
Bye,
It's
everyone.
been amazing. Bye. Bye, everyone. Hi, Miss Esther. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm sure, like, I have learned a lot of things. Please confirm if you can hear me in the comment section. Let me know if I'm audible. So right now we have another guest coming up. Oh my goodness. I'm not sure if you people are ready. We've said a lot of things about getting your books right, for a person that wants the BOI funding. And then we talk about collaboration, partnerships, and all of these things, right? But then there is something we need to think about. So you're trying to collaborate, partner with people, and all of those things. There's something about positioning yourself. How do they perceive you, right? So, and that is what's going to lead us into this next session. Because when you have your books right, but you're not looking right, there's a problem there. So our next speaker is Faith Senam. So I'm just going to share my screen to read her portfolio before I bring her up the stage. Faith Senam is a PR trailblazer in fashion, beauty, and lifestyle. She's the founder of Women in PR Ghana. She is based in Accra with over 12 years of experience, like 12 years of experience and specialty in crafting strategies to support the growth of established and emerging brands and entrepreneurs in the African fashion, beauty, and lifestyle industry. And she's also the founder of Nuva Coms. She manages communications and develops strategies to create brand awareness through a combination of 360-degree public relations campaigns, strategic partnerships, brand marketing, digital public relations, and event management. She is the founder of Women in Public Relations Ghana and co-founder of Melange Africa. Did you hear the key word there? Strategic partnership. So right about now, I'm bringing Faith Senam up the stage. Hi, Faith. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You have the floor.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Faith. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you too.
Okay. You
So,
have the floor.
okay. Good morning, everyone.
So before,
Good to see you
yeah,
all. And I've been actually listening in from the first speaker. So, thank you for having me. And it's been an interesting conversation so far. I've had an extensive education on all that has been discussed. I've learned a lot myself, and I'm sure everybody who has been on the call equally has done same. Um, uh, there's never an end to learning, actually, and if you are in the business of fashion, definitely you need to pay attention. You need to grab all these opportunities as and when they come your way so you can make the most out of it. So thank you so much. How do I call it? Is it Obsidian Advisory for inviting me here and for sharing my um, little but big experience so far, especially working with fashion brands. Yeah, across. Yeah. So thank you so much for having me. And so I've been invited to speak to you about personal branding, which is a very key component when you're building your brand, and of course, your legacy. So, how can you leave a legacy in the next 10, 20 years? What do you want people to remember you for? So, that's my topic. And so, PR strategies for fashion professionals. And so, I would move to my next slide. Of course, is it JK? JK has introduced me already, so I don't want to go into this about me. Just so that you have a fair idea. Of course, I look a little different. That profile has me with my yellow colored hair. Now it's all black now, but it's still me anyway. Um, so the first thing I want us to talk about is understanding personal brand. I mean, I think it's been a buzzword for some time now. You would have a lot of people, um, a lot of people talking about it across industries and all that. And so the question is, do fashion designers need to, do they need to also have a personal brand? Yes, of course, because there are hundreds, even here in Ghana, every now and then we are seeing a lot of graduations. We are seeing a lot of schools graduating, new people becoming fashion designers, becoming illustrators, pattern makers, stylists, and all that. And so imagine in Africa, imagine even in Nigeria, looking at your numbers. Imagine all these people and you're going into the world to compete with these people. You need to do something that will make you stand out, right? And more importantly, if not for anything, if personal branding is what people say when you're not in the room, when you are not at a particular place, what are people saying about you? So I would once, whilst I'm going through the presentation or slides, I would want us to use this opportunity to sort of do a little engagement or a little exercise in the chat box. Try and introduce yourself. If you are a fashion entrepreneur, introduce yourself in the chat box. Tell us what your business is about, and then tell us maybe two or three things about your business that makes you stand out, and let's see how that can be helpful in, I mean, I'm sure it would also help me in some of the examples I do, because I am from a Ghanaian market. I'm very familiar with our market. And but I know this also, the community is largely a lot of Nigerians as well, but maybe a few people scattered, a few Africans scattered across different countries. So it would also, but I do, I am what's it called, I'm a fan of Nigerian fashion. I have a lot of favorite designers and creatives in Nigeria which I follow. So I do have a fair idea about some of the top designers and what they're doing and all that. So, and I have favorites, of course, in there. So please feel free to drop your profile. JK, I don't know if you can hear me. I just want to be sure that I am at par and I am audible enough and people can hear me. So please introduce yourself in the chat box. Introduce your business name, and then let's see. Even means sharing your Instagram handles in there, so people can see it, and then tell us maybe two or three things that make you stand out. But whilst you're doing that, I can continue with my presentation. But feel free to drop that in the chat box. Um, but why is personal branding crucial or is important in the fashion industry? I talked about the fact that there are so many hundreds and hundreds of people graduating every day. There are so many designers out there, but then you need to do something that will make you stand out. And so that's where personal branding comes in. It also helps you to build credibility. When you build a brand, people are able to identify you, and so you become an authority on your own. It helps you build visibility, because once you're standing out, once you are creating credibility for yourself, you are known. So you're doing all the things that people can see you, people can, just by looking at you. Sometimes there are some favorite brands, just by looking at their images you can actually, you can, just by looking at the images you can guess, right? You can just say, oh, this is this brand, just by looking at images. And that is the power of personal brand. That's the power of creating an identity for your brand. And it also builds authority and trust, because once you are there, just by looking at, just by your collection, because you've kept that identity over a long period of time, people, just by seeing that, they know that, oh, this brand, this is what they stand for. Or you have these your value system, where people, just by some information or some speculation, somebody can say, oh no, this brand, I know they will never do that. And so it gives you that, it gives people that perception that you are a brand that they can trust, or that, because there are some brands that, just by looking at them, you know that this brand would never do that, or they'll never be engaged, or they will never be involved in a particular activity or not. So that's one of the powers of personal branding, which is very important for fashion brands. And I would emphasize on this again. It's really important because it would help you stand out, it would help you build credibility, and it would help you build visibility and authority within the fashion industry. And so, what are some of the ways you can do, or what are some of the ways you can create a personal brand? First of all, I highlighted the key items on the left, which is being intentional about it. So, um, during the first session, we talked about how people just want to start fashion businesses because they are passionate about it. Well, yes, that's one of the important things that you need to focus on. All right, which is amazing, which is fantastic, but also more importantly, you need to be intentional when you are creating a personal brand, right? When you want to stand out, you need to be very intentional about it. You need to say, from this time to this time, this is what I want to do. From that time to the other time, this is what I want to do. And so you are being intentional about everything that you put online. You don't just, if the quality is not good, if your quality control is not there, you are not approving those pieces to be on the shelves. You are not sending that item to your customer because you are being intentional about whatever you're putting across your pieces, your collection, your outfits that you're making for your customers. You're being intentional about it. You have set some standards for yourself, and you want, and those standards, you go by it so religiously. You are very strategic about it. You don't just do things haphazardly. You don't just get up and say, today I'm just in the mood to launch a collection. No, you are being strategic. So as a business, how many collections do you want? By the beginning of the year, you probably have set out what you want to do within the year. If it is two collections you want to produce, you're working towards those two collections, right? If it is two collections, maybe a capsule collection in between or a resource collection in between, you need to be very strategic about it. You need to be deliberate about everything that you do as a business because you have started, you have begun your business, you have begun your business being very intentional about it and being strategic about it. And also, when you're creating a personal brand, you need to be very consistent. It's important that you're consistent because that's how people get to see you and get to recognize you and you become top of mind. Being consistent helps you to be, like I said, top of mind. Consistency is showing up most often at the same time, more frequently, and doing the same things that people know you for, right? Because I'll delve a little deeper when we start going into the niche aspect of it. And so then we move to the second phase, which is in creating your personal brand. First of all, most importantly, you need to build a brand identity and narrative. What do I mean by that? In building a brand and identity, you need to find your signature. There are some brands, just by looking at them, you know this brand is from this person because they've built a signature for themselves. um I don't want to, I want to mention the names right. There are some brands like, I know, like Lisa Fulawiyo, if I got the name right, Deola Sego. There are some, once I look at an outfit, I know that this outfit might be from this designer. And I think those are some of the strong signatures they made. The finishing of the work, the final work, the look and feel of the piece of, just, I haven't even had access to look at their image, their products. But I know, even online, once you see a new collection or you see somebody wearing an outfit, a celebrity or an influencer wearing an outfit, you could actually guess and say, oh, this designer made this outfit this person is wearing. And your aesthetics, right? What are some of the key things you're using that makes you stand out? Do you have a brand story? There are some brands that, so whilst you're starting out, it's really important that you fine tune all these things. The kind of signature, what do you want to use in your products? What kind of What kind of signatures, what kind of aesthetics are you using that will make you stand out? That would help people to just by looking at your product, they can identify with it. So your brand story as well, you need to create a compelling story around your brand that just by reading about your brand, just by seeing, they know what the brand is about, the kind of values that you abide by. It needs to be very clear for people to know. Okay. Then the next thing is finding your niche. This is really important to me, and it's something that I'm always advocating for. I see some designers starting out, and one thing they are doing women's wear, the next minute they are doing bridal wear, the next minute they are doing children's wear, they're doing men's wear, they are doing all sort of things. No, you need to find a niche. You need to be known for something. Yes, it's okay. And I think when we get to the legacy part, you would understand it's okay to diverse along the line. But I believe that it will be great when you're building a personal brand to start, to perfect it, to be known for it, to be recognized for it. And then now you can scale by introducing other elements, right? You can scale by adding bridal wear, you can scale by adding women's wear, children's wear, you could scale by adding men's wear if you wish to, but it's important that you need to carve a niche for yourself. If you want to make clothes for plus size, that could be a niche for you, and you just want to, because really an average African, they're actually not slim, they are not skinny people. So, but you want to carve a niche for yourself so that you it would help you be get recognized very early, promptly, and that's very advantageous to your business. And also for those in finding a niche, also it's not just for designers, right? It's for even people who are working within the fashion industry. You need to find a niche for yourselves, because obviously I'm sure it's not just designers we're having a conversation with today. We are having this conversation with creatives within the industry, and so it's important that when you're starting out, maybe when you're a designer, let people recognize you as a designer before you move into something else. If the next thing, maybe you want to be a stylist, you want to be a buyer, you want to do that, and so you're all over the place. Nobody actually remembers you for anything. So it's important that in building your personal brand, you are known for something, you have perfected that something, and then you can now scale by adding other services, right? And that's the perfect way to grow as a business and remain top of mind. And then also, it's really important that you have a consistent visual identity. What do I mean by that? There are people who start out or who are running their businesses, and one minute they are using one color, red, the next minute they are using blue, the next minute. If you're building a brand, you need to be consistent. So speak to the experts, brand experts, so that they can work on a brand guide for you. Every collection you're putting across, if you want to watermark it, there's a way you do it that is very appealing to and it's very consistent. Your signature style, how, if you're putting together your press releases, your collection, your events, your invitations, your social media page, your content, there should be consistency across your logo. Even logo, you can use it for a while. Even if you want to refresh it, there's a way you can do it so that it's consistent. We shouldn't see your social media shouldn't look too different from your website. Your website should everything should be in sync. So you're using the same color scheme. And I know that also there's always a struggle, because sometimes you're working with different creatives along the line. You worked with this person for the website, the next one you're working with another person. So sometimes it creates this diversion across board. But it's important that there's always synergy when you're building a brand. And that has to be very consistent across all platforms, And so the next thing we want to talk about is in building your personal brand, and also what kind of PR strategies you can use in building your personal brand. Okay. So first, I'm sure you've been hearing about PR along the line, but I would want to touch on it briefly. PR is mainly it's not PR is not when you've had an issue and you need somebody to clean your mess for you or clean your crisis for you. It goes beyond that. It actually involves promoting your brands and also making sure that you have a positive image. You're building a positive reputation using different platforms. And media is not the only platform that PR people use. It cuts across a wide range of platforms. And so I'll touch on most of them, a few of them briefly. In building your personal brand, whilst you're using your media, before even going ahead to build or engage the media, it's important that you have a story. How did you start? What was the inspiration behind your the launch of your career or the launch of your brand? What inspired you? You need to have that as a story. And now we have something called digital bio, so or press kit. So these are things that you put and they are handy. You have them, which has your brand story. It has the founder story. It has with the final story or the designer's bio. You have your images, high quality images, your the designer's profiles where you need to have an amazing headshot, no selfies, very headshots, professional headshots, very high quality. And then you have your images and your lookbook as well. All of them are in a drive sitting on your laptop or in your digital drive where just by asking for it, you can produce it. If you cannot do that, you can get a PR expert to help you put that together. Okay, once you're done, don't just wait and assume that once you started your business or your fashion brand, people will know about it. People would, if you're hiding in a, there's a saying that if you're hiding in a room and you're winking at somebody in a dark room and you're winking at somebody, they would definitely not know, right? So you need to step out and you need to reach out to people, and that's how you build yourself. That's how you build your brand. And so pitch your brand to relevant media, blogs, and publications. If you sit and you wait, it might take you a longer time for people to know about you and know what you do. So you also need to be very deliberate. Take if you take the first step, you know people, you introduce your brand to them. I think I skipped. Okay, yeah, great. So pitch your brand to relevance and then share your brand stories. Anytime you launch your collection, Instagram shouldn't be the last place you post and then you're done because you believe that's your, maybe you have 20,000, 10,000 followers and that's it. Deliberately share your brand or your collection story with the media so that they can amplify it for you. I would also talk about why it's also important to do that when we get to the social media or digital part. Okay, in building your brand as well, and especially when you're trying to use PR to do that, you also need to build thought leadership. Thought leadership means that you can't be in an industry and not be involved in what happens. Conversations are like this are really important. That sometimes I know we are all busy, especially for designers. They have very difficult, very tight deadlines. They have tons of clothes they need to make. Tomorrow is Saturday, and obviously, some people are waiting for their pieces to wear to weddings, engagements, events, awards, and all that. So you have a very tight deadline. But it's important that whilst you're building your business, you make time to speak about issues that affect your industry. You attend industry events, you pitch yourself to even speak. So events like this, you could reach out and say, "Oh, I'd like to share my expertise on a particular topic, or on building a brand, or how to source for fabrics, or how to find clients, how to, because you've built experience over it." So it's important that you are part of conversations that happen within your industry, and you are part of conversations, attending industry events. You can't just bury yourself making clothes when you want to be recognized, you want to be known. It's not enough to just be behind the machine. You need to step out, build industry connections and networks. So it's important. So aside media, which a lot of people know PR for, PR is also important. Is another way of doing that is through thought leadership. Okay. The next aspect is also event participation. Talk about attending fashion shows, participating in fashion shows, um, even pop up events, because at these places you get to meet fellow designers, you get to interact. That's where collaborations will come in, because at these trade events, trade pop up events, and all that, you see fellow designers, creatives, illustrators, pattern makers, stylists, and then you can collaborate along the line. Or you can also host your personal events when you have your new collection. I talked about not just posting on social media, but you can also host your private events, invite the media to come and look at your pieces, feel them, wear them if possible, but also let them have an experience of your pieces, of your products. Let them come closer to your pieces, your brand, and get to know about your story so that they can amplify it for you. It's important that in building your brand, you are participating in all these things. And then I talked about strategic collaboration. You partner complementary designers, like not just designer, but maybe somebody who is into pattern making. You can come together and collaborate and release an exclusive collection, a limited edition collection. Or you can also get influencers and celebrities to endorse your pieces. When you have new collections, you can send them samples, or you can gift them. I think it's something that we don't do. There are some people who do it and some people don't do it. They are very hesitant about working with influencers and celebrity. But I think it's also, when done properly, when you identify a celebrity that's whose values syncs with your values as a business, or when those celebrities um, they can identify with you, or they'll look great in your pieces. It's great to work on a collaboration or a strategic collaboration that aligns together, right? Because there are some people, if you work with them and if your values or your signature style doesn't align, you'll not get the best out of it. So event participation and collaborations are great ways that you can use PR to build your personal brand. And then also in managing your reputation, it's important that as businesses, we manage our reputation very well. If you are building a personal brand, it's important that you manage your feedback properly. Put in, and we say in communication, they say communication is a two-way affair. It's not enough. It's not enough to just share, um, to just make pieces, right? You need to also put in mechanisms to take feedback. When people experience your products and they are complaining that your fabrics are not high end or they're not quality, take the feedback in good faith. Don't be upset, don't be disappointed. Yes, you may be disappointed because you probably thought it's the best, but you need to let people experience your products to know whether to give you that feedback that you need to grow. So put in mechanisms so that you can take feedback and then take these feedbacks and act on them in a professional way. When people comment about your pieces, don't be in a hurry to delete them, because sometimes they may have even screenshot it already and you're going to ready to use it to damage your business. Take the feedback, find a PR person to help you manage it well by responding in a more appropriate way. And because these are the ways you build authenticity and then resilience in when you're building your brand. And then also, you are being consistent with your content across board. You are not posting something different on Facebook and then next minute it's something different on Instagram and all that. So it's really important that while you're building your personal brand is not just for you as a business, it's for your business as well, for you as an individual, I mean. And then I missed out something. I think let me go to the digital part. I think I skipped my slides. Um I know social media is a thing, and we are all, I mean, I'm sure a lot of you have a lot of experience around it, but in building your personal brand, especially now that we all know how important social media is, Create content, compelling content. I will emphasize on that because I know a lot of you are geniuses at creating content online. But if the content is not good enough, please don't put it online because it will come back to haunt you. And then digital footprints. Digital footprints are really important because they sort of help you to, when people are looking for your brand, and just by Googling it. I mean, maybe we can also do that exercise after the session. Google your brand and see what kind of information people can find about you. Are they good information? Is your brand even online aside your social media pages? When people are looking for top fashion brands in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Zimbabwe, or in South Africa, who are the top designers that keep popping up? If your brand is not there, then there's something you need to do. And that means developing your digital footprints, work on your press releases, on your brand story, and like I talked about, get the media to publish it. Those are all important. Your storytelling, work with content creators to amplify the work that you do. And of course, the last slide, which is the legacy bit. Once you've established your business, once you are known, how do you build legacy, right? And when you look at the long term, if you're in for the long term, you know that you need to build legacy for your business. And one way of doing that is through mentorship, right? Once you've developed your business, it's also important that you mentor other people, you train them so that they can also carry the mantle to also do better at whatever they're doing, make an impact in your society, in the younger generation, in communities that are deprived, if it means giving back, if it means maybe sustainable ways of maybe giving back your products or some of your pieces that are not being sold or that are not being, or maybe I mean, do something to make an impact in some deprived communities. Diversify your brand by even doing, getting into training or education or educating people, or offering consultancy services, showing leadership or contributing to industry activities, and building communities. It's important that when you're building legacies, when you're building your brand and then you've established yourself, these are things that you can look at and then amplify them and build long-term growth for your brand. So people will know you as long before you're gone. People can still remember you and know you for what you stand for. So, of course, my last slide. So, if you want to connect, those are my social handles, and then you can reach out. Thank you so much. I would go through the chat section and then I'll leave it to JK as well so we can meet those who are online. And then, if there are any questions you want to ask, please go ahead and do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jane. That was a very, very, very insightful session. I think what did it for me was when you said that we should go and search on Google and see what comes up. And I'm like, I'm not sure I want to see what is going to come up because my brand messaging has really not been consistent. And I just have a question before we start taking in questions from everybody. So we talk about the business branding, and there's a part of the business owner now, also branding themselves. So, I've had things like separate your business from yourself, but then is there also a way where you are like representing your business, but at the same time you are not, you can still be separated from your business. I don't know if you understand, like, but if you want to like show up for your business, let's say Tony Eli made it now, it shows up for TF and Millennium Foundation, shows up for UBA, but then UBA still stands alone and the foundation also stands alone, but you can still relate him to both companies as well. I think that's my question. Like, how do you find that balance that you're not merging everything up together?
So I think that it's just natural that when you're starting out, you would find yourself doing all sort of things. So it's almost impossible um, to separate yourself from your business, right? Because you are the designer, you still need to step out to network. You still need to be the one going to source fabrics and all that. But as your business grows, as you have different people handling different activities, there are people who are doing the consultations, there are people who are doing the finishing work. You still have time to go and do other things, right? So for me, in building your brand, no matter what, you will not be able to dissociate yourself completely from your business. There's always an element of your business that you will carry along, no matter what. And the business is yours anyway. It's just that yes, it gets to some point, it becomes very tedious, and the load is so much that it's almost it's draining if you want to do everything. So then, if you look at where your strength is, if your strength is being indoors, and doing all the technical work, fine. But if your strength is being the one going outside, networking, building relationship, meeting new clients, potential customers, then focus on that. Then you can hire people who can do the work. But there's no way you can completely separate your business. In a way, no matter how, there will still be some element that you carry with you because you are the business owner, right? And so you carry that along with you, but just so that they would both function concurrently and efficiently, you build your personal brand, and then in a way that personal brand also influences the business that you have. But then the business is also running because you have structures and you have people who can do the key things that you won't be able to do or you will not be available to do, so that the business can also grow, and then your brand can also grow, your personal brand can also grow. And in a way, they will both benefit from each other. I hope I've answered the question. Yeah. So let me know if I haven't, then I can pick it up again.
Really have you have answered that you've done with your sister. I think I'm clear now. So guys, it's question time. So you have the floor. So please send in your questions. Think this Q&A session is to end by 1:30. So um, you can start sending in your questions, and let's utilize the opportunity we have now. Before before she's out of here. So I think we'll just wait a while for questions to come in, and um, then we'll pick
O-
it up from
Okay.
there. Or
So
I
so
think
whilst we are waiting, I've seen two people write they've sent some chats in there.
oh yeah,
So
yeah.
I saw is it Uye? I like the name. It's very unique. OOYE. So I'll check you out on Instagram. Your brand focuses on femininity, quality, comfort, and inclusivity, right? So if these are the key things that your brand focuses, I would want to see that when I immediately go onto your page. I would want to see that representing in your pieces. When I pick your pieces, I would want to be sure that they are quality, they are very comfortable. And when you say inclusivity, you're making sure that your brand is as diverse as possible. People within different size ranges are in there. They're not just making dresses for for slim people, for blacks, or for these kind of people. So it's very inclusive. You're also attending to so many other races or sizes or colors and all that. And so, Lawal, I'll definitely check you out. I'll look out for your brand, and thank you so much for sharing that. And then also, the other brand is Paul Chav, Paul Travel, Paul Travel, right? Okay, and you are known for making unique workwear designs that suit individual clients. Okay, so what stands out for me is the workwear, which is great. I think that just by introducing yourself as that, it's already stuck in my mind. So now, anytime I'm looking for a workwear brand, I know that you are the go-to person I want to look at because you want to be known for that. So you've already taken a particular section of the fashion industry that you want to focus on, which is workwear. So I would want to go onto your design, onto your brand or social media page, and see a lot, a lot of workwear outfits. So I'll not be there, and then the next minute I'm seeing beachwear, and then I'm seeing bridal, and then I'm seeing loungewear and all that. So if you say workwear, stick to that. Let people know you for that. Let you be recognized for that. And even if you want to scale up, you do it by introducing one section of it and do it bit by bit so that people would follow your journey along the line. So thank you, Lawa, and if you could, okay, Ruth, sorry, let me just do it that way, Ruth. So we can move on. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you so much. Like when you were talking of addressing those who sent in their details, you mentioned something about like first person that said, "Oh, our brand also involves inclusivity," and I realized that's actually a very broad term, to use. And when you say inclusivity, now some people actually are focused on a particular aspect of it, and then they go ahead and say, "Oh, this is all of me," and you're not really like addressing the whole part that is there, right? So you like want to be careful of how we address ourselves because I think it's a subtle trap that we do not take note of when we want to appear, bougie, want to appear like we're solving all the problems in the fashion world, and we throw around these terms that we've not actually thought about if we're really offering those values. So yeah, thank you so much for that nugget. It's very, very important. Okay, so I haven't seen any question yet. I want to believe that the session was very exhaustive and that you really, really laid your mark on everybody's mind. So, okay, I think with no further ado, we would call it a wrap. Woo! Thank you so, so much. Thank you so, so much
Thank you
for
too.
the session. It's been
Thank you too.
very, very
Yeah. So thank you all so much, and thank you for the opportunity to share. And
yeah, I hope
definitely look forward to connecting with everybody off here. And so let's stay in touch. Thank you.
thank you. So, guys, you can connect with her on Instagram, and here's her email address. You might just want to pop into her email and send her a very quick, a very quick mail, as to what to do with your brand. So, yeah, thank you so much, Faith. It's so awesome having you. Thank you, and have a
Thank you.
wonderful, wonderful day ahead. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, I wasn't supposed to add you yet. Of an introduction, but that's not gonna stop me, right?
Mhm.
So, okay, we'll just go into it. So, guys, this person, before I know you're seeing her face already, but before I allow her to speak, I'm just gonna tell her to let me do my thing.
Mhm.
So, yeah, before us here is Bongani Makoni. Mm. She is a finance professional, entrepreneur, advocate, and the mentor for women in business. Bagani is Bongani. I'm so sorry. I should.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. So Bongani is a professional and a dynamic finance professional and seasoned entrepreneur with over 15 years of expertise in finance, business, and mentorship. She is deeply committed to equipping individuals and organizations with the financial knowledge and strategic insights needed to achieve sustainable success. Passionate about empowering women in business, she equips entrepreneurs with the skills to navigate finance, grow their ventures, and leverage digital tools for success. Our work is rooted in the principles of intentional action, goal setting, and continuous development. Organic mission is to equip, impact, and grow, helping individuals transform vision into tangible success. Woo! Can we get a shaker somewhere? This is amazing. God. So I like the fact where it ended with tangible success because that is the point of the whole thing. doing, right?
Mhm.
Whatever results, whatever feedback we're having has to be tangible, something that can be measured. You know,
Mhm.
I know we all have passion, right? And we are creative, but can it turn to money? Is it tangible? Yeah, thank you so much, Bogani. It's so amazing to have you here. And you have the floor. Take us away.
Thank you. Great. Thank you so much, JK, for the lovely introduction. And just a big thank you to my previous speakers that have joined me in this workshop. It's been so insightful. I've really learned a lot, particularly about the fashion industry. And it's just a pleasure to be here. I'm really honored to be here to present this to you. So today I'm going to be talking about money. So as we started the workshop today, there was talk about your personal brand, there was talk about quality, there was talk about how you represent yourself in the market. And one of the things that allows you to do all these things is money. And as fashion designers, people who sell clothing, it is so important to make sure you understand your money. So today we are going to talk about mastering money in terms of financial strategies for women in fashion. So it's basically a financial literacy session where we're just going to touch on a few areas, and then I'll take some questions at the end. Okay. So a little bit about myself, but JK has done a great job in introducing me. I'm an FCCA qualified accountant. I trained in the UK for 10 years, and that was followed by 14 years of business and experience in Zimbabwe, which is my home country. And I'm really happy that I've got some of my fellow countrymen in the call, and we are being mentioned in the call. And I'm now based in Canada since 2024, mid last year, and I'm working on various projects as well as setting up a business. I'm a lead trainer for Microsoft and ITCILO for women in digital business skills. So I will mention a little bit about that at the end. And my dedication is basically to mentoring, to training, and to equipping. So now we're going to start with just an overview of what we're going to go through in the time that we have. We're going to talk about financial literacy and understanding money and its fundamentals. We're going to talk about money management, wealth building, and some practical resources, some tools and techniques that you can use. Right, so why money matters in fashion entrepreneurship. So money is important. Money is used in every single business. You need money to make money. So money, when you make it, can actually be used as a growth tool. Money enables businesses to expand beyond just survival. So some of you, I noticed that Ruth mentioned she was a startup fashion designer. So you're right at the beginning of your business, and you'll find that at the beginning of the business, or once you've started your business, you actually might be in survival mode. So every amount of money that comes in is directed to expenses, is directed to paying people, is directed to buying all your fabrics. You're trying to market, or you might not even have enough to market. So when you make money and you manage money well, you can use it as a growth tool, which is going to allow you to actually grow your business and expand and export. I know Esther and Lauren were talking earlier about expansion and exporting and sending your products outside of the country. That is what you need money for, to be able to do those things. It also gives you independence. Financial stability ensures long-term business sustainability. So when you are stable within your financial situation within your business, you actually have business sustainability. It makes sense to be in business. You're not worried if you're going to make money next month, if you can pay the rent, if you can pay the electricity the following month. When you're financially stable, it will give you long-term business success. And also it gives you investment power. So when you have money, you can invest into marketing. And like Faith mentioned, you now become a brand because it is closely associated to your product. You can invest in marketing, you can invest in PR, you can invest in the things that you need within your business, not just raw materials, but some of the tools. Today, for the first time, I heard about digital printing. My mind is always the cutting, the scissors, and the tape measure around your neck kind of thing. And for me, just hearing that is something like that,
For me, that is something that will advance our businesses as fashion designers. And basically, these are some of the things you need money for. So just a statistic at the bottom there, 70% of small businesses in Nigeria have cash flow management problems. And that's a report that came through. So we really have to ensure that as small businesses, we are able to manage our finances, we are able to manage our money, we are able to understand our money. So understanding money and its forms. Money comes in different forms. It comes in the form of cash, which is very popular, especially in Africa. It is widely used, it's easy to use, it's available in most countries. And so people usually resort to cash. But there's now been a rise in digital payments, which has now allowed faster transacting, more secure transacting, safer transacting by using things like M-Pesa, OPay, EcoCash, those kinds of things. So digital payments are really on the rise. And if you see the statistic at the bottom there, Nigeria recorded over 9.72 billion transactions in 2022. Goodness knows what it is now. And that's just a real indicator of how many transactions are moving backwards and forwards. I'm not sure if that was locally in Nigeria or it was actually going out to other countries in the world, internationally. But can you imagine if each transaction was $10, 10 US dollars, how much money is actually moving? So digital payments are really on the rise. And it's really important that we also grasp that and embrace that this is the way the world is going. Again, previously in the workshop, we've already heard about how social media plays a big role, how being available online on the internet is a really big thing. So you also need to make sure you're equipping yourself with the digital payments and the options so that you can also reach a wider audience. Money also comes in the form of investments. So when you've made your profit, you can invest money into stocks, you can invest into real estate, you can do corporate savings, you can even have your own savings, personal savings, but also that is another space where money can be kept. And of course, we also get money from credit and loans. So we get money from our banks, from microfinance institutions, we get money from investors, we get money from family, we get money from partners. So what is the importance of financial records and bookkeeping? Now, this topic is a topic that is really close to my heart, and I usually do trainings of this nature. So some of these things that I'm talking about today are really high level, and if you would like to know more, then you can always contact me for a more basic presentation. But we're just going to talk high level here about the importance of financial records and bookkeeping. So you need to track your finances because you need to track your performance. How do you know you are making money? So just because you sold something for $100, it doesn't mean that that $100 is yours. There are expenses that you need to deduct from there to be able to see what your actual profit is. You need to understand your profit margin. So for example, is $20 of that $100 yours? Or is it ending up being $5 because you had unexpected expenses? So you need to track your performance using an income statement, cash flow statement, as well as balance sheets, and also some other reports like sales reports, expenses reports. Those are some of the things that you can use to track your performance. And it was spoken about again earlier, tax compliance. You need a tax clearance certificate, which means that the Revenue Authority will want to know what's happening in your business. So you need to be able to track that. And if it's anything like the tax revenue authorities that I know, they're always trying to see where they can get more from you. So if you are prepared, then you will also be able to clearly show how much you're making, how you're making it, and why your profit is at that stage. Because when you're not compliant, you're opening up the door for audits, you're opening up the door for penalties. We need financial records to secure funding. So in the previous slide, I talked about credit, I talked about loans, I talked about partners, getting funding from partners. So if I'm going to invest in your business, or if Damilola is going to invest into your business, she's going to ask you, can I see your financials? Not just the bank is going to ask you, I am going to ask you, she's going to ask you, can I see your financials? How much did you make last month? How much did you make the last quarter? Last year, how did you make? What is your most profitable line? Is it the handbags? Is it the one-piece outfits? Is it the trouser suit? So you really have to understand that you need to keep your financial records to be able to have such conversations in the right spaces at the tables you want to be, because that is the starting point. And just to give you an example, I started a business here, and it's still a small business, and I've been operating for 3 months, and I found that there was money funding, which was almost next to nothing in terms of interest being given for startups. And when I inquired about it, the first thing they asked me was, can we see that you've been making more than $3,000 a month? And I said, oh, not yet. And they said, okay, give us your financials. So in that one sentence, I thought, okay, I need to give them my financials, which I was able to do. So it's really important to do that. And also to prevent fraud, you need to maintain financial records. Again, you might have a team of people, you might have assistants, you might have a bookkeeper, you might have someone that is looking after your finances for you and managing them. If you don't understand them, that is not a good thing for a start. But you need to understand them so that you can also prevent fraud and also prevent mismanagement of finances. We get so busy, especially in the creative space. Fashion designers, you're in the creative space. You'd rather be making something and designing something than looking at numbers. So it's really important that you educate yourself in terms of managing your finances as well as financial records and bookkeeping. So let's talk about money management for entrepreneurs. This goes for any entrepreneur, anyone in business, anyone who's buying and selling something. You need to separate your business from your personal finances. You have to open either a dedicated account or your mobile money wallet, open a separate one. Whatever you do, you have to separate your finances from your business and your personal finances, because it allows you to track things effectively. I'll give you an example. In my business right now, because I'm starting with my own money, I tend to lend the business money to do things. I lend the business money to advertise on Facebook and Instagram. So I record that as a loan into the business. So the business owes me X amount of money. I separate it so that I also understand the business expenses that are going through. Because sometimes you'll feel that, oh, I'm in town, let me buy the fabric. You use your card, you use the cash you have on you. You don't even get a receipt. So how do you know what profit that fabric has brought you if you don't record these expenses? So recording the expenses and recording the income can be used with tools like Kipper, QuickBooks, Wave, or even as basic as Excel. Start somewhere. Some of them have subscriptions. Some of them are free until you're a certain size. Things like Wave, for example, and Excel are completely free. Wave is an app, and you can scan your receipts using it, and it gives you basic financial information, but you can even pull out an income statement, a balance sheet, and a cash flow statement. And then remember to pay yourself. Now, when you pay yourself, especially at the beginning, you have to pay yourself in accordance to how the business is going. It's really exciting to think, oh, I can pay myself $4,000 a month, but is your business making a lot that it can cover and cope with that kind of salary? What I found in my businesses is whatever I am paying, whoever's helping me or whoever's working for me at that time, I usually pay myself the same thing or just less than that. I just do something that is nominal. So even if it's just a $50 amount a month, $100, whatever it is, pay yourself consistently so that you also feel like you're putting something into the business. Then we talk about budgeting. I'm just going to briefly go through this. This is the key to financial control. You need to have 20% of your savings and investments in terms of your money, budget for that. You need an emergency fund, and you might need to expand your business. You might wake up one morning with a big order, and you need to have something in the bank, in the kitty, to be able to fund a big order. And then 30% is for growth, marketing, product expansion, and 50% is for your materials, your salaries, your rent. So 80% of African businesses and startups fail within the first 5 years or the first few years, just because of poor planning. So we really need to make sure we plan and we budget for our businesses. And when we borrow money or when we get funding from any source, we have to realize that debt has good debt, bad debt. Good debt are your business loans from banks and regulated institutions. You've got equipment, you can use it for equipment financing and also for value adding investments. Bad debt is the loan sharks, the informal lenders, and the high interest loans. Those will really put a strain on your business. So please make sure that you borrow responsibly. You borrow when it's necessary. If you've already gone down the bad debt route, you need to pay off your interest with your high loan interest loans first, and then you start looking for more affordable loans. Building wealth and financial security. So to enable you to do that, you need to have an emergency fund. Have a fund. Part of that 20% I spoke about, it must be also your emergency fund. Try and have 3 to 6 months worth of expenses because it's also seasonal. So your businesses are quite seasonal. So it's either you have something that you actively sell, like maybe you have a store, but if you're a designer, sometimes you have different pieces that come out at different times and then you have to market. So be prepared for those low seasons so that you don't have to struggle. And then you can invest in stocks, real estate and savings cooperatives, and also retirement planning. I think retirement planning is hard as entrepreneurs, but let's try and make sure that we're saving. So what are the next steps? The next steps are we're going to take action. We're going to audit our finances. Make sure you get into the habit of auditing your financials, looking at what is coming in, what is going out. Just understand what your money is doing. Money has a language and it speaks to you. So you have to understand, okay, am I using my money like a borrower? Am I using it like a debtor? Do I always borrow? Do I pay back? That kind of thing. So make sure that you audit your finances and set your clear financial goals, as well as your planning for your branding and your personal branding, planning for your strategy. What am I going to make next? Also say, what money am I going to use next? So plan for that and commit to financial literacy. Always stay updated, take small courses, understand how to manage your finances. So in closing, the remarks that I have for you are foundation of success. Financial literacy is essential for any business growth. You need to know your numbers. Again, we've spoken about networking. We've talked about trying to get into different networks and meeting the right people for your business. If we meet at a networking event and I ask, okay, you're in fashion, you're looking to expand. How much are you making on average? What was your lowest month? What was your hardest month and why? Know your numbers, know your business. Because when you show that you know what you're doing, it really shows that you're confident and that your brand is speaking for itself. So build your network, connect with mentors and financial experts, business consultants. I am a big and huge fan of mentorship. I've mentored so many people, but I myself am still being mentored. 20 years on, I'm still being mentored. So it's so important that you find a mentor. I was even speaking to my mentor last night. It's really important that you remain connected and you have people that are asking you questions, that are speaking into what you're doing, and that will also ask you the hard questions. And then lifelong learning. We've spoken about learning. So in terms of digital skills, there is a program I'm working on that I am certified to take, which is a Microsoft certified program for women in digital business. It's a free program. There are some registration links that are on the page, and they'll be on the next page as well. You are more than welcome to message me, and you can join the WhatsApp group, and we can start having some of these types of things in more detail as you grow your business, as you scale up, as you plan to go big. So with that, we've come to the end. I thank you very much. These are my contact details. Let's connect on LinkedIn. Send me a request. You can scan the QR code to register for the WhatsApp group for the digital skills training. And also you can drop me an email. There's a link there as well for where all my social media handles are. And if you'd like me to have a free conversation with you, a discovery call, you're more than welcome to make a booking, and I will give you time and we'll talk about your business and see how to move forward. With that, I thank you. And JK, I can invite you back.
Thank you so much for inviting me back. It feels like I don't know how I'm feeling because you really shake so many tables. So that I don't know where to stand. Now that I'm back on stage. Okay, so thank you so much for that session.
You're welcome.
You really dealt with so many issues, that I
Hmm.
know a lot of us have in mind. I know when it comes to talking about money, that's where everywhere goes silent. I'm looking at the chat room and it's very quiet. I'm not the
People
only
are
person.
people are digesting.
Yes, like I'm sure I'm not the only person that has been shaking off the table. And I have a question
Hmm.
um, regarding the part where it comes to business funding. Because I know
Hmm.
in the previous session, in the panel session, they talked about getting the books right and all of those stuff. And then here you also mentioned how like you're the owner of the business, but then you put in money to your business, and then you notice, oh, my business is gonna pay me back. I borrowed you.
Hmm.
Most of the time we see it as an investment that, oh yeah, I'm investing in my business so it can grow, so that when my
Hmm.
business starts making lots of profit, I can start taking money as I like. That's like
Yeah.
the mindset most of us have. We don't see it as, oh, we are loaning this capital to this company and then I get my money back.
Hmm.
So I just wanted to like touch on that part, and it's the part where we have this mind of, oh, it's my business, the money is
Yeah.
from me. Once my profit is coming in, I can start taking my money back. And also,
Hmm.
how do you calculate how much to pay yourself? And at what point do you start paying yourself salary? I know you mentioned it, like paying yourself salary, but at what point do you know that, oh yeah, it is time for me to start enjoying and reaping from where I've sown? So, yeah.
Okay. When you want to reap what you've sown, there needs to be a harvest, right? So start paying yourself back all that money when the money is being made. When you are looking at paying yourself just a salary, like I mentioned, what I do is I pay myself what I would pay whoever's working for me. So if I'm going to pay them $10 an hour, then I'm going to pay myself $10 an hour if we're working on the same thing or if we're doing the same job. If they work for 5 hours, if I also work for 5 hours, I'm going to pay myself $50. So that is a good starting point to create the habit. And then if you're bookkeeping, what you'll do is you will lend the business money, which means there's a loan in the business that's payable to you at any time. So again, maybe when you see some free cash, maybe you don't draw all of it. Maybe you pay yourself back the money you've put in by taking $100, $150 if you've lent the business $500. You can take 100, 120. Because the thing is, if you get your money in and it always is easier to just go and then do the groceries or go and then you think, oh, now I've got an order, I need to buy the fabric. So what I normally do is I pay myself, I take it out of the company as a salary, and then I go and do the groceries. So it comes out of the business account into my personal account. I don't even use the business account card in the supermarket. I pay myself into my mobile money, and then I go and then I use it for whatever I want to use. So you can always look at how much money you're making. Maybe you might have a big season and you've made what you would normally make in a month, you've made 5 times as much. You can try and reduce your loan to yourself that way before you think, if you don't think you're still ready to have a certain salary level within the business. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. Yes, it did.
That's okay.
And I have one more question. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you talked about the good debt, the bad debt, and how to start paying back and getting yourself clear of debt. And
Mm-hmm.
there are my question is in two parts. There are times when people receive investment. Because I saw in the news there's this particular company that I think the company folded, and they said the owner of the company now has to pay back the amount that was received in investment from the
Mm-hmm.
investors. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay, so when you went for funding and you're so happy you got the funding, and your business plan wasn't planning anymore, if things didn't turn out how you had planned, and then you
Mm-hmm.
have to I never knew that was possible, that you have to pay back the investment. I thought they will just accept that, oh yeah, it didn't go well.
Mhm.
That's why,
Yeah.
like, how do you sort of navigate that wild water? And then two, um, also about debt, you said avoiding illegal lenders. How do you know? Because I see online most times, so sometimes just randomly pop up in your face and say
Mhm.
you can get up to 2 million naira for your business loan. you know, and sometimes they will tell you you don't even need paperwork,
Mhm.
no BVN or something. Just
Mhm.
apply and you get
The
the loan.
money.
It sounds like a very good plan, right? But then how do you know which one is the deal? Because going to the bank is like a very hectic journey, you know. So
Yes.
how do you know which one is the real deal? And also the
Mhm.
third question, how do you navigate the wide water of investment and not throwing away the investor's money that it becomes a bad debt for you?
Yeah. Okay. So in terms of investments, my suggestion would be to always consult. Always speak to someone, whether it's your bank manager or a consultancy firm, always speak to someone. It's very hard to speak specifically about it because we have different options in the different countries that we're in, and they all have different stability levels. So it's always good to understand what's happening in your own country and seek advice and get advice in terms of institutions. A good indicator of a good institution is it registered? So if it's a microfinance, is it registered with the central bank? Is it licensed? Look up its history. How long has it been in business for? Look up the names of the directors. Google them, because when you Google them, you'll find that, oh, that one is actually, in a court right now because of embezzlement of funds somewhere else. So you have to make sure you do your research, because we're not using the traditional banks that we know are stable. We're using smaller entities. So make sure you do your research. And then to your second question again was, can you repeat your second question?
Yeah, knowing the right lending company to approach.
To approach. Oh yes, yeah. So you do the same thing you did with the investor. You do the research. What I found is when I ask the banks or I check online, I'll be able to see. And then also, not all borrowing is good for you at a certain stage in your business. So you have to make sure that your business can pay that loan back. So when we go for the smaller institutions, like microfinance institutions, for example, usually they have slightly higher interest rates, but they're prepared to lend to you without credit checking you, without having too much history. So you also have to weigh out the options and also just check that the business is registered, that they are licensed. There is a lot out there, and there's a lot of scams out there. So it will sound and look exciting, but also just do your research. Join innovation hubs, collaboration spaces, where there's facilitation of lenders that are approved, that come and speak to you, and try and use that route and see who else is using them. Connect with your peers, understand how other people are accessing money.
So much. Thank you so much. Do your research. Not everything looks as good as it seems. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you
yeah.
for that. That was very direct and straight to the point, and I'm sure we saved a lot of people from clicking that button to apply.
No worries.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, guys. I do not see any questions. I want to assume that
Mhm,
we're clear and everything is going smoothly. So,
mhm,
okay, I would love to see reactions at this point. Before we let Organic go, I would love to see reactions. How was the session for you? Are you still listening? Can you still hear us? Let's be sure that it's not just the two of us speaking. So, although I love it, I love the fact that I got to have a free finance strategy session. So, let us know if you're still connecting and where you're connecting from. We might have something for maybe the first two persons who send in their comments. Let's see who's going to be the lucky fellow. Okay, and this is you can connect Bongani on LinkedIn at Bongani Makoni, and also our email address is up here. And I don't know if I'm the only one seeing this. It says for mentorship or consultation, book a free, I don't know, I like that word free. Book a free discovery session, and the link is right here. So you do not want to miss this opportunity. She has dropped some really great gems on the live, and you should follow up with that opportunity, to get more gems from her. And also, if you need to get your books right, you're unclear about some aspects, she's the right person to speak to. And like she said, make your research, and you can ask her. Collect all those investors that you're trying to approach, the organizations you're seeking to get funding from, or you're just not clear about how your book is going, how to earn, and all those stuff. Just put all your requests together and approach her. I can tell you, she's a darling, and she's going to be very, very open to receiving you and addressing all your issues. So, and also, please can to join the Women in Digital Skills program. It's coming up soon, and you do not want to miss this. Okay, I think we can call it a wrap now. We have the networking session coming up, and you do not want to miss that. So thank you so much, Regani, for
Thank you for having
being
me.
with us. It's been really, really nice with us, and we wish you a very wonderful day ahead.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
too.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye now.
Okay. Hello, everybody. It is just you. This is JK reporting live from the Bridge by Obsidian workstation. So I just want to just drop in a little update in case you've not had. In case you've not had, the Bridge by Obsidian was launched officially on March 15th. It's a workstation. That is part of Nigerian Fashion Job Center, Nigeria's number one fashion job center. It's a workstation, specifically um, designed for entrepreneurs, creatives in the fashion space and also in the tech space. So here we have the co-working space, where you can come in, network with fellow tech G's, and also you have access to internet, unlimited internet. You have access to unlimited power supply. You have access to our ergonomic chairs. Everywhere is comfy and the ambience is great. And not just the co-work space. There's also the training room. I'm having this recording in the training room right now. I'm sure you can see the lightings up there, and it looks really nice, right? So the training room can take up to 50. We have two training rooms, and one can take the 50 participants, and the other one can take 30 participants. And this is the tech. You can actually merge both training rooms together to take up to 100 participants at a go, right? And there's projector. You have access to projectors to present your um, trainings, and also we have the conference room where you can hold team meetings. But like we just talked about funding, and you want to get funding, you want to meet with the next person that can push your business up. You are trying to secure collaboration deal with a fellow business owner or an industry colleague, and you do not have an office space, to get that deal signed. You can just alert us at Bridgewell Sudan, and our conference room is ready for you to use. And also, we have a podcast room for the content creators in the house. The storytellers. Those of us that have been thinking, oh, when am I going to I need to start showing up online. I need to start breaking tables, shaking the tables in the industry. Or maybe you just want to just start talking about your passion, and you need that place to record all of this content. Our podcast room is available for you to do that. I'm sure you're wondering, there's still more. Yes, there is still more. Now we have the Fashion Tech Skill Center. The Fashion Tech Center is the place where employees can meet with our tech skill experts to test their skill level. So you've been wondering, oh, why have I not gotten a job yet? I've been applying, I've been doing this thing that for those of us in the technical aspect of the fashion industry. You can walk into the center and get tested, put you through how to do this, that, and you know where you're at. And of course, the highlight of the whole thing is access to jobs. Like you can actually walk in to inquire on about the ongoing recruitment, because one of the things that we do at Obsidian Advisory Africa is we recruit for fashion businesses. So we have an inflow of recruitment requests at the moment waiting to be filled. So why not give us a chat, or walk into the center and request for to see the list of ongoing recruitments and see the one you're fit for that you can apply to. Okay, and the ambience here is great. I know Lagos is hot right now, and our AC is fang. So you should come in and see for yourself. Like I say, I'm gonna go see for myself. All right. So coming up next is um, I'm not sure if you're ready for this. We're going to have a networking session with the country reps. So I'm sure you've seen the flyers, talking about the mentors, meet the mentors. So let me just give you a brief explanation of what that is about. So tomorrow we'll be having a mentorship session with three country representatives from three interesting companies. We have a country rep from Namibia, and we have a country rep from Zimbabwe, and another country rep from South Africa. And there are dedicated group chats for that. So if you are joining this live, then that means you've registered and you've gotten our email. So we're going to send you the links to join the group chat. So the idea of this mentorship session is for you to hear about um, what's going on in the industry from someone who has crossed the border. Because the goal of this conference is connect, collaborate, and create. We're looking at how we can make fashion across the country. Hear from the country from Namibia about how things are being done over there and see how you can implement it in the Nigerian fashion scene. And if you're in Nigeria, if you're in Namibia, hear from your co-mentees how things are being done in Nigeria, see how you can implement it in Namibia, because that's the goal of this conference for it, to see how you can bring in new stuff, exciting stuff that will make you stand out. And I'm sure you do not want to miss session. Most of us could not, during the panel session, I saw a lot of questions coming in, but we could not take everything because we have limited time, right? We don't want to keep you waiting beyond the allocated time. So you get to ask all sorts of questions tomorrow during the mentorship session, and you do not want to miss that. So yeah, we're just going to take. Oh yeah, so we're just going to take a break. Okay, dynamic mentioned, lovely, lovely. Thank you, Belinda. I see you. Thank you, Bungani. Very clear and concise. So your messages are just dropping, and oh yeah, the WhatsApp group. Okay, dynamic. Are you in the WhatsApp group already? All right. Rumbin, I'm so sorry. I did not get the name right. But I'm sure I can try the last name. Gondo, please. I don't know if I got the pronunciation correctly. Says thank you, Bogani. Yes, thank you so much. So I'm just gonna be reading the names of people that I've seen on the comment section so far. Rachel Concuro, Emanuela Odun, um, Faith Augustine. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for staying online. Aminat Afolabi, thank you for staying online. And I'm also going to be just spotlighting people, giving you shout outs. Those of you that I can see on Instagram at I am Goodness David. Oh, at I am Goodness David. Sorry, thank you. Can you hear me now properly? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So can you hear me properly now? Is this better? Can you hear me? Is this better? Let me know if you can hear me on Instagram, because I think YouTube can hear me. Please confirm if you can hear me on Instagram. So I take back, so I can take all I've said before and take it again. Okay, great. Thank you so much. So I was talking about the Bridge by Obsidian fashion, Bridge by Obsidian space that was launched on March 15, and so I was talking about the exciting perks that comes with it. So right now, I'm doing this live stream in the training room, and this training room can take up to 50 participants comfortably. You have your chair that has the laptop stand, for you to sit back, relax, and you're not straining your neck or your eyes. And you also have access to the projector screens. And the second training room can take up to 30 participants. Now, both training rooms combined, because there is the opportunity to actually collapse the divider and combine both rooms. And both training rooms combined can take up to 100 participants. Isn't that lovely? And we also have the co-working space that has the hot decks and the iRise stand, where this is an opportunity for you to collaborate with fellow industry members. You walk in, meet people, get to know who is who. You might even meet your next collaboration deal here. Your next business partner. Almost everybody now are forming partnerships, co-founder this, co-founder that. You might meet your next co-founder at the workspace. And also we have the podcast room for the content creators and storytellers in the house. You've been wanting to shake tables like the speakers have been shaking our tables so far, or you've been wanting to talk about that thing you're passionate about, that thing you want to share with the world, the story you want to share with the world. The podcast room is available for you to do that. And also we have the conference room. Today they've said a lot of things about getting access to funding, signing deals, securing the next bag, and you do not have enough space. Or maybe your office space is not conducive enough, or maybe you're in town and you need to sign a quick deal. You can just walk into the space, book the conference deal ASAP, and secure the bag. You want to. Faith Tenham talked about personal branding. You have to look the talk. It's not about talking it. You have to look the part as well. So our conference room is here to present you as that business owner that you are. So you do not want to miss out on this, and we are readily available for you. Badge us with your request, and we will take everything. And also, I talked about this year. It is very lovely. Our chairs are comfortable. The lighting here is great. We have unlimited power supply. There's nothing like for those of us in Nigeria. You understand when NEPA takes light and you're like, you know. And also, the internet is unlimited. I know Lagos is hot right now, so our AC here is on standby. There is nothing like you're sweating. Have you seen me have like? Can you see any sweat beads on me so far? No, because our training room is super chill, and that is how it is every space in here. And also, there's a fashion test skill center. So this year is for my fashion lovers. You've been wondering when can I? I've been applying for jobs. I'm not getting employed. Maybe you are almost some of the time we're not comfortable, we're not confident enough to approach these business owners and say, hey, I can do this for you. If you employ me, this is what is going to get better in your company, because you don't even know where you are at, you're not sure of your skill level. How about you walk into the center and we'll take you right into the test skill room, and we run you through the process, and you get to know comfortable where you are at. You get to know the things you need to improve upon, and you can even get employed on the spot, because we have recruitment ongoing. So if you're in need of a job and you've searched on Instagram, you've searched on LinkedIn, you've searched on Google, you do not see the job offer that you like, walk into the center. Obsidian Advisory Africa is also a recruiting company, a recruitment company. So walk into the center and meet the HR and say, hey, I'm looking for a job. I need to get out of the job market. What are the recruitment requests going on? And we'll do well to place you with the one that you fit into. So yeah, that is all I said so far. I'm sure you've had all of that, and you can just go on. The social media manager is waiting for everybody. Just go into our DM and badge out with all your requests. And also, there is a mentorship session going on tomorrow. We have three country reps available to speak with you. We have Kino Matthews from Namibia. We have Mariko from Zimbabwe, and we have Tivu from South Africa. So there are fashion experts waiting to get all of your questions. I know today we could not ask so many questions because of the time. We don't want to keep you waiting beyond the speculated time. So please, the stipulated time rather. So if you are on the live right now, means that you registered. And if you have not registered, please go to the link in the bio and register for this conference, even though you are here already, because we are only going to be sending the group chat link to only the people we have their email addresses. And do well to check your email inbox so that you can see the group chat link and you can join. For the members short break. We're going to be having a very, very short break. But, hi, Constabella. Thank you so much for responding. Thank you so much for responding. So we're going to be having um, a very short break. I'm just going to play a very soft music, and while we wait to brace ourselves for the next session, please enjoy. So while we're having this short break, it's just for a few minutes. Please feel free to go to that link in our bio and quickly register for this conference, because the reason why you're registering even though you're here is so that we can have your email address and send you the link to the WhatsApp group chat for the mentorship session tomorrow. And also go and share the link on your statuses right now, on your story, and tell people to be ready for this next session. Have them sign up and join this live for the next session. And for the LinkedIn lovers, we're also live on LinkedIn. So if Instagram is a problem or YouTube is a problem and they are much more active on LinkedIn, you can also stream the live on LinkedIn, and we'll be back in a few seconds. right. Welcome back after the short break. I hope you were able to stretch your body. I'm sure you'll be sitting down, following with the live. Like, were you able to stretch? Because why I'm asking that, because this next session that we're going for, we're going to do a lot of stretching. We're going to do a lot of stretching because this next session, we're talking about wellness. There's a lot of us, we are so focused on, we're so focused on making the money that we'll forget about taking care of ourselves so we can enjoy the money. Ooh, I don't know if you had that. Take care of yourself so you can also enjoy the money. So this next session that we're going for is we're going to talk about wellness in the creative space. I don't know wellness in the creative space, how to sustain the creative spirit. Because women in fashion, we are goal getters, we want to, do everything, we have superpowers, but then you need to refuel. So yeah, while we wait for our guests to join the live, she'll be here shortly. I think I'm just going to do like a bit of Q&A to be sure that we'll be following. And guys, there is giveaway for there is giveaway for someone today. I know we didn't announce this so that we're going to catch those of us that have been listening and those of us that have been distracted. So there is opportunity for someone on this live. Let me be dramatic, please. There's opportunity for someone on this live to win. Who can take a guess? Let me see in the chat if you can guess what you're about to win. If you can guess it, maybe there's no need for me to even put it out there anymore. But there's opportunity for somebody to win a day access to the Bridge by Obsidian space, co-work space actually. So there is opportunity for you to win the um, access to use the workspace for a day, just one day, to use the co-work space. Free internet, unlimited power supply, great ambience, and you have a focused space to work and actually execute your goals and also meet people here and network. Isn't that much of a big deal? So you stay tuned because and keep your eyes glued to the comment section because I'm going to be dropping um, a keyword. I'm going to be dropping a keyword in the comment section, and that keyword is something related to what we've said during the session today. I don't know if it's the panel session. I don't know if it was the branding session. I don't know if it is the um, money mastering money session. And so whichever one it is, but I'm going to drop a keyword. And then after the next session that's coming up now, I'm going to ask you to provide the answer. So it's like a guess game where I drop a keyword and then you have to guess what it is that I was trying to say. It's a bit technical, but I'm sure we're smart people here and we can get it. So for the first person to get the answer correctly wins a full day access to our co-working space at Bridge by Obsidian. Yay! Okay. Can I get a yay in the comment section? Are we excited already? Okay, so I'm just gonna do. Okay, I can see conversations going on Instagram. Okay, so yeah, thank you so much for sharing the link to join the space. I hope I am audible enough. I hope I am audible enough for us. Can we hear me? Please confirm you can hear me. I need reactions. Welcome, Miss Dosh. Jenny World Fashion. I can see you. Zubi Kitchen, Oyebanke Aminat. I can see you. Life of Alexander, Chagozie. I can see you. Constabella. I can see you. Welcome, House of Tailors. I can see everyone. Miss P, Life at 30. Okay. I can see you. Thank you so much. Francis Oyiye, welcome. Udi, thank you. Joseph Aaron. Um, Shout out to I Am Goodness David, Ellis Abolitious. Please confirm you can hear me as we get ready for our next session. And also, please send in your questions as soon as possible so that we can take them and we can wrap. Because this session is to end by 3. So, yeah. I can see a comment. Okay, Felicity Mount, you're welcome. All right, so there is no replay. There's going to be a replay rather. Sorry. The conference is being streamed live on YouTube, and it is recorded and is going to be shared on YouTube. So you can always go back to YouTube, our YouTube channel to um, check on the live and always catch up with our past sessions. Okay, so I'm just going to share my screen briefly, and so there are a lot of games that are going to be played today. First, watch out for the keywords, which I'm going to be sending in like a minute or two, and then I'm going to play a very short video, and then you guess where it is from. For those of us that are fashion film lovers, um, for those of us that are fashion film lovers, you have to guess where this movie was taken from. Okay, my screen loading right about now. So just a little fashion film too. So I know she mentioned something related to doing fit center session. She mentioned ensuring that what you say, the value you say you are offering, is the same as what you are presenting. Like you are a talk and do, right? So um, thank you so much for your feedback. Right. Yay. Okay. So yeah, what I just played right now is a very short fashion editorial. So I sort of mixed them up, right? So I was going to play a fashion editorial first. So what I just played was a fashion editorial, and this is something that I really do not see fashion businesses in Nigeria do. Of course, we do videos, where we are dancing on Instagram with our outfits and all of those stuff. But then, if you look at the global fashion industry right now, when it comes to PR, the way they present their brands and all of those stuff, there's a way they go about it, right? So in Nigeria, please let us, in Africa actually, let us step up our game. Let us step up our branding game. Let us step up um, our fashion collection presentation game. It's not just all about to just come on Instagram and you say, "Oh yeah, I'm launching a new collection now," and you just start putting pictures out there. There's a way you present based on your target audience, right? If you are selling to executives, who earn like say like 2 million. They have like a disposable income of 2 million naira. They live in the urban area, and they want a timeless piece, something they can always throw on to wear to different sort of business deals and conferences, and they still look sharp. That the way you present that kind of narrative to them that you don't even need to come and do, oh, I'm selling this. Just put up a storyline, put up a campaign, a brand campaign. Maybe you do something that shows someone who's dressed like an executive, looking sharp, looking ready. Like you don't even need to tell them that I'm an executive just by the way they are dressed. You know, they're looking the talk as well, and you show them walking to a conference room, shaking hands. See, I'm dropping ideas to you people. Shaking hands, show them shaking hands, and then signing a contract, and then still dressed in that same piece. This person walks into maybe another day, like day two, walk into another conference room. Maybe like this person is like on a session, panel speaking session now, addressing the public. They're showing this same outfit can be worn for different occasions. It is timeless. It is a piece that presents you as the person you are, right? Imagine somebody putting on that kind of video and they show it online. It does something to the consumer psychology. You are addressing a pain point. You're addressing something people want to see themselves as. And trust me, like the way people are going to react to this information you put out there, because you're showing them value, right? And you'll be shocked by the kind of response you get. So I'm just saying that step up your A game, you know, get to know your target audience, get to know um, your audience, and just address them in a way they can understand and that you catch them. Don't just follow the crowd, and don't just follow the crowd of how this is how things are done. Get to know how things are done for your own audience, right? Okay, I feel like I'm shaking enough tables. So right now, we're going to be welcoming our next guest speaker. Her name is Dr. Barakat, and she is a wellness expert. So yeah, in few seconds, she is going to be on the live, and just take a short break while we wait for her. I'm sure when you see me start smiling from ear to ear like this, you know it's about to, when you see me start smiling from ear to ear, just know it's about to go down because Dr. Barakat is in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome. It's so
Thank
lovely
you.
to
How are
have
you
you.
doing?
I'm fine. So I've been prepping the room because they don't know what is about to hit. Like people are not ready. They don't know what's about to go
Oh,
down. And so yeah, I'm just gonna read your profile. So Dr. Barakat Adebayo is a visionary entrepreneur and wellness expert dedicated to helping people find relief from pain and reclaim the quality of life. As the founder and CEO of Aswedge Massage and Wellness, she has built a sanctuary where healing meets relaxation, offering a holistic approach to pain management, joint health, and overall well being. Founded in 2014, Aswedge Massage and Wellness was born out of Mrs. Adebayo's deep passion for restoring mobility, relieving chronic pain, and improving the lives of those struggling with muscular and joint conditions. She understands that pain is not just physical, it affects mental well being, productivity, and even the joy of everyday living. With this in mind, she has dedicated her work to helping people move freely, feel better, and live without limitations. At Aswage Massage and Wellness, she leads a team of expert therapists specializing in therapeutic massage treatment, massage
hello.
dry processes.
You hear me?
Hi, yes, I can hear you. Welcome back. So I was just trying to give our audience a little bit of a lowdown about you. We had a short break before you joined, where I sort of asked everyone to just take the time and stretch and shake the whole fatigue out, because I know the fashion industry, we are used to something when we are sewing, we bend like this, and when we stand up, that pain is a sign of we've achieved something. The pain we feel. I don't know if I have a witness in the house. Let me see in the comment section if I'm saying your mind. That pain you feel is a sign of you've achieved something today. When you can feel the shoulder doing kraka, your back is giving you sounds. You feel like, yes, I did well today. This is evidence of perfection. So with a team of experts at Switch Massage, she also gives facials and skin therapy, sauna and detox treatment, and corporate wellness, and most especially pain management solutions, because it's like the fashion industry is associated with different kind of pains. And Mrs. Adebayo's compassionate approach to wellness has earned her a loyal clientele and widespread recognition. She has been a speaker at industry events such as Social Media Week Lagos 2020, where she shared insights on the power of therapeutic massage and holistic treatment in managing chronic pain and improving quality of life. Our philosophy is simple yet profound. Healing is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Through our work, she continues to touch lives, restore hope, and empower individuals to live without pain. Welcome, Dr. Barakat. Can I hear her who in the comment section? Welcome, Dr. Barakat. Welcome, welcome. We're so happy to have you. Have so can you hear me?
Hmm.
Okay. You have the floor, ma. You can please take us away and keep us over, please.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hi, Dr. Barakat. Can you hear me? We can't hear you if you're trying to speak. Hi, Doctor. Okay, I think there's a bit of network issues. Okay, I think we're ready when you're ready. So we'll just like hold on for you to sort out what's happening behind the scene because we really need to know how to take away all these pains, because the fashion industry is associated with pains. And maybe you want to try turning off your video, so I think it will help your audio stay better. So we would just hold on for Dr. Baraka to rejoin. I'm sure I'm not the only person who is curious about how the fashion industry is associated with pain. All right, so yeah, we'll just hold on a bit for our guest speaker to join the live. So I was saying earlier that the fashion industry is known to be associated with pain. If you see the average tailor in this industry, they will tell you about how they've been having shoulder pain. Like it's like a part of them. They'll even tell you it is normal. See, it is not normal. It is not normal. It is not normal. Um, so yeah, we'll just hold on while we wait. I'll just play a little background music, and so we can, set the mood for. Okay, our guest is here, but I'm sure she's ready for us. Hi, doctor. Can you hear me? Okay, we can see you. Welcome, ma.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you. Hello, ma. Hi, ma. Can you hear us? Hello, ma. Can you hear us? Is this audible? Can you hear me? I can hear you, but I think I can hear your background audio, but I can't seem to hear your voice. Hi, guys. Can you hear me in the comment section? Please just type if you can hear me. Please let me know. Just say yes, I can. And yes, I already dropped the keyword. Remember I talked about there's a there's a giveaway for one person to have access to our workspace, the Bridge by Obsidian workspace, to use the co-working space for 1 hour. So you should check the comment section, and I have something waiting for you. So yeah, the keyword is high interest. So let me know which of the sessions am I referring to, because the sessions actually mentioned high interest. So which one do you think I have in mind? It's like a maze, right? You don't know which one it is. So, but if you were paying attention, you would know because I actually emphasized on it after the speaker had spoken. So you should try and guess. And the person who gets it correctly, the first person, I will just get your details and would be happy to have you co-workspace. Okay. Hi, Dr. Barakat. Can you hear me? Hi. can you hear me? Hi guys in the comment section. Can you just drop a comment? Hey YouTube community, can you hear me? Instagram, can you hear me? LinkedIn, can you hear me? Please let me know if you can hear me. Uh, okay, so we'll just hi Dr. Sorry guys, sorry, this is a bit of a technical glitch. We're working on getting this up. Okay. Um, I don't know. Did we see that video? I'm sure I'm not the only person who enjoyed that, right? So yeah, that's just a bit of insight to show you what's happening in the industry, how people are working up their story, and Dr. Barakat is finally here. Okay, so she welcome back, welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
Yay, we can hear you. Please, can you hear her? Thank you so much, Mar. Thank you for joining us. It's been um, a very interesting session so far, and we just can't wait to hear. We've read your profile, and there's something that stood out for us. Your profile mentioned how you're actively working to provide pain management solutions, and if there's anything that is so common to the fashion industry, is how we see pain as a badge. Like pain is a badge of honor for us. When we've sat down for a full day at a sewing machine, when we stand up, we want to feel that feeling of, yeah, I have done something today. Your shoulders are all tensed up, the back, you know, so tight. And we do not see it as a problem. We see it as a badge of honor that we've achieved something today. So yeah, I'll just hand over the floor to you so you can take us away.
Can I
You have the floor.
slide from here?
Yes, yes, please. Okay, so I will just share. Sorry, what did you say?
I'm talking about the
Can
slides.
you hear
Can I
me?
see? Yes, I can hear you
Okay,
clearly.
just share the slides that are coming right up. So just give me a few minutes to get that ready. Okay. Hmm, sorry. Okay.
So I have in the house.
So I think you can just like address everybody while the slide is loading to be shared because we've been waiting to hear from you.
Good day, everyone. Happy Ramadan. So my name is Dr. Barakat, a naturopath and physical therapist, and I'll be sharing with you today on how you maintain good postures while you are pursuing your passion in the fashion industry. It's seriously common among youths, not just the elderly, among youths, among the fashion designers, be you're old, you're middle aged, or you're very young. It is very important that we pay attention to all of the things I'm going to talk about so that you can last long in the profession. When I mean last long is what I mean by lasting long in the profession is pay attention to when your body speaks to you, especially when you are doing the wrong thing on that machine. You'll be able to stay off things that could cost you a long time pain. And when you're in long time pain, definitely your productivity is going to be affected. Is the slide ready?
Yeah, it's uploading, waiting for it's processing. It's gonna be on the screen
Okay,
in
so
a few
I'm going to continue when the slide comes in. Continue from
Yes,
there.
yes, please.
So if I have to ask questions, I'm going to I hope I can hear. Are they going to be asking me questions through the messages or
Yeah, they can send in their questions in the comment section. I'll just read them to you.
okay, this is not the first one though.
Okay, I'll just move.
Yeah, go back, please.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so I want you to ignore the key. internal organs. We're just going to be talking about the back and the spine, the back slash spine itself, the arms, the legs. Yeah. So why are we picking the back and the spine, the arm and the leg? We are picking them because they are more susceptible to injury, to wear and tear while you are having your work schedule. Your leg, in when I'm talking about your leg, I'm talking about your knees. You use your knees to press the I mean, what do you call it? Is it pedal or what do you call it? Um, so as you're working on your machine using your knees, but we have a lot of technology that has improved on your machine, so you may not even have to use your knees. Even if you're not using your knees, it means you're going to be bending your head down to see what you're cutting or what you're sewing. So that's why majority we are focusing on the back and the spine. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Not this. Yeah, yeah, that's
Which
it.
one? Okay.
No, no, no. Go. Have the coverage of
All right.
yeah. That so we have the spine. It had so I need to explain what the spine looks like to you. That's the first diagram. You have the spinal column. The first column is talking about the cervical spine, which is around your neck area. This cervical spine is from the base of your skull to around your the shoulder blade. That's yeah. That's where you have the cervical spine, and it has 7 bones in there, which means that these 7 bones can be affected with unnecessary bending, twisting of your neck. So when you have this, let's say for example, you're sleeping on a bad mattress, very good mattress but bad pillow, your neck is going to be affected, going to be strained. So before you start even having any degenerative issues in your spine, in your cervical spine, it means that you must have been going through bouts of poor posture, using bad pillows, bending, excessive twisting and bending your neck while at work. And this is very important. So the question you ask yourself is, where do I spend most of my time? Is it the house or is it on my machine? Am I delegating the job to people? Am I the designer? Am I the one designing what the tailors are going to, or I am the tailor itself? And even if you're not the tailor, you're not the person sewing the clothes, just remember that if any of your workers are going through anything that has to do with spine related issues, they are not going to be productive and you would not be able to meet up with your demands. So that's the cervical spine. And the cervical spine, they have a lot of nerves running coming out of that cervical spine. That's the neck, and they go through your shoulder into your fingers, in fact as far as your fingers. So which means if it has been happening to you that you have been having some sensations, it may not necessarily be plenty of pain. Sensations running to your hands like tingling, like numbness, like weakness, maybe in one side of the hand or maybe both hands. It is already giving you signs that you have been bending your neck too much. So we'll talk about the solutions anyway. So it's already giving you signals that you have been going through poor posture over time. And please note that if you're having neck pain or and you want to blame it on using a bad pillow, the back pillow, I'm talking about the bad neck pillows. The pillows, yes. So what it means is the pillow might be the final straw if you are actually spending more time on your machines or drawing. So the what we advise is you get a very good neck collar if you know that it's very difficult for you keeping good postures. The neck pinner is going to restrict your neck movement and position the neck movement properly so that you don't strain the muscles, because it always starts from the muscles passing. You're constantly having headache, cervicogenic headache, it can be crazy. Yes, it can be crazy. You could find difficult turning your neck to the other side. Sometimes you have the symptoms of this. I mean, you're feeling dizzy all the time, you know. So these are the things that the symptoms that you should look out for. Like, oh, I've been experiencing this. And the funny thing, I mean, the truth of the matter is that if you allow this to persist, to keep happening, it gets to a point whereby you can't do this profession again, because you'll be advised to stay off anything that makes you to bend, twist your neck. So I'm going to move to the second column, which is the middle back. The middle back is in between the shoulder blade and the sides, the upper side of your pelvic region. So you see, the middle back is not the wear and tear on the middle back is not so common, except if you are very tall. If you are very tall, it means that you're going to naturally slouch. Sitting upright will be difficult. So yeah, you need to, when we're talking about back pain, it all varies depending on the kind of posture, you kind of curvature you have. So if you are a very tall person, you should understand that you must be intentional and be mindful about sitting upright, so that you don't strain the muscles around there. And then ultimately what it leads to is there's a part we call disc in the spine, and that is meant to prevent two bones from rubbing against each I mean two bones from rubbing against each other. So by the time you sit in an awkward posture, what happens is they begin to bulge out, and then over time it takes years before this degeneration starts that would hinder you from your profession. Then we have the the spine. So this and the cervical spine, the neck and the waist, they are very, very common among fashion designers. Very, very common. Some of you have a very comfortable chairs, and some don't have comfortable chairs. However, the world has gotten to a stage whereby, a point whereby you, even if you're a fashion designer, you need to get a comfy chair to sit. And there's this curvature on your waist. So the question is, you still ask, do I have big bum bum, or do I have flat bum bum, or maybe moderately okay, not so big? If you have a lumbar spine that is swaying inward naturally, and then you now sit in an awkward position, just need to understand that you begin to have the symptoms like weight on the waist. So you keep adjusting, you keep sitting, adjusting your seat and all that. Once you start having the feeling like you're carrying a load, it means that the disc is no longer able to bear the amount of weight, because it's also a weight bearing joint. And all of this is not, like I said, is just about where you sit only. You need to think about where you sleep in your house, because you spend roughly 8 hours on your mattress. Now think about it. If you buy a new clothes, you continue to wear and wear and wear this clothes without having to, service it or wash it properly. you know you're always just washing it, and it's going to wear off. The same thing as your joints also requires you to give them the extra care, getting massage regularly, doing stretches, exercise, and all that. Yoga also help a lot. So that's the spine curvature. Now, talking of the muscles, the muscle group. So the muscles, they are actually meant to act as shock absorbers to your joints. So for any muscles that is not strong enough to protect the joints, that's when you strain them. And when you strain them, you actually open way for your joint to be affected by wear and tear or degeneration. So the back pain, what are the causes? To be honest with you, back pain generally, there is not a single disorder. It means that there is no one single thing that will cause you from back pain, but all of them, like I said, they are going to trigger one another. There is no single cause that can be isolated, but they can trigger, all of it can trigger the episode. For example, if you have physical injury, yes, physical injury can happen during exercise or football, or accidents. Yes, those are physical injury. Wheel splash, you're driving, your neck moves forward and backward alternatively. Those already going to affect the muscles of the neck, the muscles surrounding the neck, and even the disc may be affected. When you have back pain, the causes of back pain, sometimes when you cough or you have hard sneezing, improper lifting or bending. So if you're lifting objects that are heavy in awkward posture, even you may not be lifting objects. If you're actually drawing your, I know some of you, I don't know, some of you may, your tables might be low where you have your drawings. You have to bend to almost 90 degrees to draw, your designs. And by the time you stay in that awkward posture for a few hours, maybe 1 hour or two, even though you move around and you're still going back to that same posture, of course you're going to strain that muscles. You strain that lumbar spine, and by the time it's trained, it keeps you keep keeping managing the pain till it escalates. So improper lifting or bending, so you may not be lifting objects, you may not be lifting things, you may be also be bending improperly. Then when you stand or sit for long hours, yes, it requires you to move around often and often. You should move around often and ensure that you are stretching. There are so many exercises that you can do right in your office. You know, right in your office, there are so many exercises you can do. Using your office chair, you can lift your leg, you can do some imaginary leg press, leg curls, rotate your legs like you're riding a bicycle, stuff like that. And you could even have a mat in your office for some yoga stretching so that your muscles doesn't or your joint doesn't become stiff. Sitting slump in an overstuffed chair or on or automobile seats, tension, anxiety, depression, obesity, and disease. So all of this, when you say tension, anxiety, depression, all of this can actually bring up your cortisol level. So for some people, they have the best mattress, they have the best chair, in fact, but they are not rested. So you can't take job that is more than what you can. More than your daily requirements. I'm talking about there is a certain way, there's a certain amount of stress your body can take. If you notice that you're getting burnt out, please delegate the job. So you may be using the best chair and still your cortisol level is increasing, meaning that your stress level. All of these things can aggravate back pain. So in essence, you should learn to pamper yourself. Don't say, it's until I make all the millions before I pamper myself. You need to understand that your body also needs to be rejuvenated. So some majority of us may be visiting the spas, yeah, but note that when you do massage regularly, which is very good, they help with the muscles, but your joint is the one that is involved in moving, locomotion, pressing, movements, bending, even your spine bending, twisting, and all that. They also require that you give them the best therapy that they need oftentimes, so you don't wait for pain to come before you do the necessary. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. So if you can zoom, you can see the appropriate posture. There's a way you stand or you even lay on your back. When you lay on your stomach, you allow your back to sway inside. If you look at the point of your waistline, there's an arc there. So when you're lying on your back, especially for example, you're lying on your back and you put your hand just try to fill up to check if there's a gap. If you feel like your hand can enter smoothly, then you means you need to cover up that vacuum. So how do you cover up the vacuum? Sometimes you may put a very tiny pillow to cover up that space. Sometimes you can put pillows underneath your leg to raise up your pelvic, your buttocks, and your thigh, and then the waist becomes flat on the mattress. So if you can limit the hours of exposing yourself to incorrect postures, then even let's say the work demands that you stay late, you do some jobs that is going to take a lot of your time. you're not going to be, your joints won't be at stake, for a long period of time, because you are already taking some measures from house. So we're trying not to put the blame on your workspace only. We are trying to look deep into your homes. How you, in fact, a lot of people, you would have sat for too long in the office and you form the habit of entering your toilet and sitting down for long. You start pressing phone. All of those things affect your curvature. You want to wear your skirts or your trousers. How are you doing that? Are you bending to wear them, or are you in your sitting position? So you don't have to feel like you're acting like an old woman. All you need to do is, you need to feel like is, I'm pampering myself. So when you stand in such a way that your waist is not swaying inside. You stand upright and look at that guy pressing the phone. This is the same thing as you drawing your designs. Is as good as your sewing clothes, or you're even, there are all these luxury clothes that you have to put beads or stones across. I wonder how they do it without having back pain. Trust me, I wonder. So if you're into all of these luxury clothes that requires you to be in a position or a posture for a number of, minutes or hours, please, you just need to ensure that maybe you get a back support or thoracolumbar support or neck pillow that can keep you in upright posture, so that you don't strain them. Because if you continue that pain for a long time, it's going to affect your
Hi guys, can you hear me? Please confirm if you can hear me. Confirm on YouTube. Um, Constabella, are you still here? If you're still here, can you still hear me? Okay, so while we're waiting for um, Dr. Barakat to join, um, so there is, I think I might have a winner. Temi Joseph, if you're listening to me, congratulations! Woo! Let me play a song. Let me just play a very a very sharp something to celebrate this moment. Yes, congratulations, Demi Joseph. Congratulations, Demi Joseph. Congratulations, Demi Joseph. So congratulations, Demi. Sorry, I'm just trying to Okay, so the Sobaraka is to join us shortly. Sorry with the whole network issue. You know, we're in Nigeria, right? So, okay. Yeah, Demi Joseph, congratulations to you. You are our lucky winner. You get to explore the co-working space. Remember, I said co-work space, so not the training room. If you want the training room, we are gonna have to, apply. So you get to explore the co-working space for a day. So just send us a message on Instagram, like send in an Instagram DM, send us an Instagram message, your name, your location, and help you are in Lagos because the workspace is in Lagos. We are located at number 6 University Road, Unilag Road, Yaba. So congratulations on your win. Shows that you've been following the session. Yay! And the Sobarakat is back. Welcome back, ma'am. Welcome back, Dr. Barakat. You have the floor. Okay, so we can't hear you, but I can see your lips moving, so but we can hear you. Yeah, I can see you, but I can't hear you. I think you're muted, so you have to unmute your mic.
Right now.
Yes, I can hear you now better.
Okay, we're on
So I
posture,
think
right?
we have like 10 minutes to wrap up. 10 minutes to
Okay.
close the end of the session, Emma.
Okay, so we have the pictures on how you have to do something on the floor, how you should bend, the incorrect way of bending, the correct way you should bend. Then if you're typing and you're standing to do anything, the correct way is that you need to see that you're not your back where the arrow faces is that your waist should not be swaying. Don't rest, pushing your waist inside. It's very bad for your waist and your knee. And if you have to stand drawing something, you can see you need to avoid your lower back and even your neck from bending. Next slide, please. So, um, these are some exercise tips that, let's say you are sitting down in the office, designing, sewing, you're tired. Instead of just taking that walk around, yes, you can take a walk around for about 1 minute, 2 minutes, and then go back to your seat, turn your head, sweep your left neck to the left, use your hand to press it down a little, turn your neck to the right hand side as well. You can do clockwise rotation, anti-clockwise, up, down rotation. So you can do all of that to stretch your neck muscles. And also, these are also simple natural therapies for pain and discomfort. You struggle your shoulder up, down, up, down. So when you do this actually works for the shoulder blade, your shoulder, even your chest cavity. Very, very effective in opening all of this. Next slide, please. So the next picture you're seeing is you draw, you type. Even if you are you are in the administrative department of your fashion company, you type a lot. You need to continuously stretch your fingers and ensure that even your finger is not being compressed on the hard surface. So either you get something that can serve as a cushion where your wrist can rest on, and always also ensure that it's more or less like it's straight. Because if you do this in the office and then you get back, you get into your car, you're driving, the more you turn your car steering, you get to experience wrist pain. It's and this can actually prevent blood from flowing into your tendons. They become irritated, they get inflamed, and then you get pain. Then from your leg, we have the Achilles tendon. That Achilles tendon is the one that connects your calf muscles and your heel bone, which means the more you press your leg up and down on, for people that are still using that kind of machine, or even if not, you're wearing heels, there's a lot you do with your leg. Maybe your office has some staircase. You should ensure that you don't wear high heels and be running up the stairs. Do you understand? So ensure that you prevent too much of wear and tear. Ensure that you're pushing for. So all of these things, these are improper. All these things that are listed, they are improper positioning that can cause wear and tear to the Achilles tendon. So we talk about too much wear and tear. We talk about the wearing of heels or running, jumping, pushing forward suddenly, improper sleeping posture. All of this can affect the Achilles tendon. Next slide, please. So all of this, so this we have the therapies that can help, you know, for your hands, your neck, your shoulder. When you sit, you can even lean on the wall, raise your hand, sit. You lean and sit on the wall, raise your hand up, turn your feet, rotate clockwise, anti-clockwise, rotate your arms, up and down, so that blood can flow and they can help you relieve all your body parts from stress from your workstation. Also, we have the ones for the hands and arms. So, you see, all I've said, you need to rest them. In fact, you shake them, shake it off. You shake them so that blood can flow well. You take your hand to your head, press in, second hand. Anything you do for the left, you do for the right. Next slide, please. So, when you look at the lifestyle movement activities, your chest, your neck, and shoulder. So we gave an example of somebody overstretching the hand beyond limit. So these are little things that you don't pay attention to. You tend to stretch your hand beyond normal, and this can affect your shoulder itself, and even the shoulder blade. So that's why you have knots around the shoulder blade. So do we still have any other slide left? Next slide.
We've come to the end of the slideshow, man.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. So we've come to the end of the slideshow. That is all we have on the document. Okay, so yeah. Okay. I think I will just, can I go ahead and stop sharing the screen? Hi, Dr. Baraka, can you hear me?
With you, I'm here.
Okay, I was asking if I can take the slides off the screen, like since we're at the end of the slide.
Yes, please. Any
Okay,
question?
all right. Yes, please. So, guys, I'm sure you've had so much. So I'm just going to like open the floor for questions. Because myself, I've learned. So I used to like have, not I used to. I currently have like pains in my shoulder from prolonged sitting, and then something with my fingernails. When typing for so long on laptop pads, and it just sort of feels like my hands are
None.
vibrating.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. So, and then hearing you talk about the things that should be done, I've seen that thing before, but I didn't think it was going to work. But hearing you say it, I think I'm going to stop being a doubting Thomas. As we were speaking, the one where the man was trying to rotate his shoulder, I was actually doing it, just that my camera was off. You could not see me. I was, trying to rotate my shoulder so that all the pains will go. And guys, you've had today, I think after this session, it is a crime for anybody to be in pain.
Yeah.
Now we know what to do. And even as we're, today I just know that we have different back spine
Cover.
curvature. Yeah, because I know that we've done that session when I was learning to sew at some point, how you follow the shape of the back, and all those things. But I thought it was just about the clothes, when you want to make the dress. I didn't know it had something to do with how your body feels, and your posture and all of that. So we have those information, but then we do not know the depth at which we can utilize them and harness the power. And thank you for showing us that today. So I'm looking at Instagram and YouTube. Do we have questions for Dr. Barakat before she leaves? Because now you have access to if you want to go for therapy, it's a long shot. If you're going for therapy, you're gonna pay for that. So now you have access to ask her those questions if you're wanting to ask a therapist for free. Emphasis on free, because after today, I'm not sure if there's a free therapy session. But now you get to get inquiries and know what to do. So, all right. Questions. We just have 1 minute left for the fastest person to drop their question in the chat box. And if there are no questions, I want to believe that we perfectly understand all that has been said so far. And yay, the time is here when we take a bow. So thank you so much, Dr. Barakat, for the very impactful session. Despite the glitch, network glitch, and all of those stuff, Nigeria trying to show us that we are still in Nigeria. Thank you so much for sticking it through
Right.
and delivering. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank
All
you
right.
very much. I know.
Yeah. Okay, bye. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, it's been a very long day, and I'm sure that it was, for me, it was a time well spent. I'm sure that's the same for you. So, yeah, apologies that we could not have the export readiness session. So, our guest speaker couldn't make it, and as well, Kim Matthews couldn't make it because Namibia is currently having their, I think, their Democracy Day. So everybody's streamed to the president, watching their president during the live stream. So that is why. But then, don't forget, we have the mentorship session tomorrow, and I'm going to be sending the group chat link to everybody that we have their emails. So you do not want to miss that. See you guys tomorrow. Please share on your live, share on your story, your Instagram story, your WhatsApp story. Let us know what you've taken away from this session today. Which of the sessions stood out for you? Which of the speakers, made sense to you? What is that thing that you have learned today? And Demi Joseph, congratulations on your win. Don't forget to send us an Instagram DM with your name. And please use keyword when you're sending to our social media manager. The name with which you are appearing on YouTube right now, Demi Joseph, and your comment section, the way you wrote your comment, and the keyword, just send it to our social media manager on Instagram. And yeah, with your details, and we'll get back to you. Thank you so much, guys, for joining. It's been an amazing afternoon. All right, bye for now. See you at the mentorship session tomorrow and next year at the next edition of the Women in Fashion Conference. Au revoir. Bye.